Kosho, you've been dropping some Earth truth to some peeps.
Yeah, something like that.
Hell yeah! Spread the good word.
Spread something. Alright, okay. I tell you, I can't tell you, but I'll tell you this much though: the last person in my car, I did let them listen a little bit to whatever you guys were saying. But anyway, anyways, what were we talking? I think a little bit. So you guys said something earlier. Some guy was in here. Maybe he's gone now. I don't know. He's like a new guy, but he's like, did you guys flip him to be a flat earther? So I think I'm gonna have to walk to the laundromat in my towel.
Oh shit, Kosho. Really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
That is hilarious. That's epic. That's epic right there.
I had no choice.
I think you should live
What is
stream
this?
it. That sounds.
Yeah, maybe I will. Is this a barricade? Great. What are these cops doing, dude? Sometimes cops just like take up the road. Or there must be an accident here.
The thing about like he's just very open-minded, and he's very connected to Earth, just Mother Earth in general. And he's very open-minded to a lot of other things as well. So yeah, I think the thing that's wild is like a lot of people haven't, fully even gone through the information. So sometimes if they first start hearing about it, it's just sort of like it's a whirlwind. And when you have like a couple people saying a lot of things, like, yeah, it can be kind of a lot. But I mean,
Absolutely.
in terms of the information that is available now, we're talking about like physical tests and stuff like, but if we're just talking about everything that's available right now, I think he'll be able to see it quite easily.
Wow. You seem like a smart guy. So, I don't know if, fuck. There's some cops blocking the fucking road. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Anyway, did you guys look more into that test? That, I know Rumpus had brought it up. Although the problems that Rumpus had with it weren't even the same problems that that I heard from the other server. Actually, I don't agree with Rumpus's problems really. I forget what his problems were.
On which one? For which? Well, today I don't know if earlier today. There's a whole bunch of new tests, but which one are you talking about?
Oh wait, what's the new test?
Oh, there's several new ones. Yeah, we went deep for hours again.
Several.
Oh yeah, they're
Run them.
At this point, there's new ones every day. It seems to be flowing.
Give me yeah, I'm just curious, dude.
But if you're talking about Rumpus came in. What was it? Maybe 2 days ago. He did a whole
yeah.
He did a whole drawing and stuff. Yeah.
No, I didn't see the drawing, but I already disagreed with him before. But what's another test? Like, what is another test, man? Because I'm going to do a whole bunch of tests myself. Try to do them all before New Year's.
Collect them all. Collect them all. Coach, you're gonna do it.
Trying to, man.
Well,
and what's the best one? What's the best one that you heard today? It's the very best one.
I don't know if White's Word is there, or maybe he could explain like one of the main ones that Jeremy brought up today. There was at least like
there
was like 5 or 6 new ones today. One of them Jeremy went pretty in depth on, and White's Word was thinking of integrating it into his test because it'd be definitely easy to do. It would make sense to do it. If he's already got.
If you tell me Jeremy's test, I've probably heard it before. So if you tell it to me, I might know what it is.
Well, one of these is actually okay. The main one that Jeremy went deep on is one that I guess between Percentage and Jeremy, they weren't sure whether it came from the real Bob Dole or Brian Leakey, but they had heard it. They thought maybe through one of them. But I think it was developed quite a bit more as an idea. And then Grim had 3 ideas, new ones, and then I kind of added to a couple of those as well. But I don't know if White's Word is here if he wants to explain that one to you. I could explain it, but I kind of have to step away for a little bit. I gotta grab something.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm curious, man. Maybe I'll have to look back on the stream, I guess. Shit, that scared the hell out of me. I was getting pulled over. Anyways, that scared the bejesus out of me. Yeah, I'll have to look back on the stream. No big smalls.
I mean, essentially, in a nutshell, if you have in a quick nutshell, if you have posts, that are, and then you've got like water, like a canal, so you're next to water, and you put these posts in the ground. You measure, like, let's say a foot or two, up, and you put a LED light. So basically putting lights at exactly water level on these posts. And then you would have, so those would all be, level with the earth, level with the water. So obviously if it's curved, it would be a, curving thing, but if it's flat, it'll be flat. And then they're talking about taking a second line of lights, a second marking on the post, which would be purposefully curving to 8 inches per mile squared. So, but it would be deviating from the original line at 8 inches per mile squared. So it's kind of like you're doing the opposite of the curvature in order to see whether that line is straight or whether it bends up. So if it's a flat planar surface, that top line is gonna, because it's 8 inches per mile squared, it's gonna curve up and deviate. But if it's a globe, that'll be a straight line. So the idea is to kind of mark those, and then different ways of trying to analyze how that is playing out. And one of them would be like trying to take a video or photo of it, from afar. And so Zanuck was in here and doing all kinds of number crunching and trying to figure out all the numbers as to, how that could be done. So you could basically see these lights at a distance and then see how they're actually deviating, whether it's moving straight along with the earth or whether it's, deviating. So yeah, that's that one in a very quick nutshell. I don't even know if I explained it perfectly, but that's the quickest I can do it.
Yeah, I wonder with Zanuck, I'm curious to see how somebody would implement that. It's interesting.
Dude, it was hilarious. It was hilarious though at one point, like, because like Zanuck, he was just like trying to figure it out with us. And at one point, Jeremy's like, Zanuck, go get a pen and paper. Get a pen and paper. And Zanuck was like, all right, hold on. He went and got a pen and paper. And Jeremy's like, I want you to write this down, man. We got to get all this done. Like, it was funny, dude. Jeremy was like acting like the boss, and it was just funny because Zanuck was like, okay, we'll do it. It was good.
Yeah, Zanuck's ready. Zanuck's ready to solve any task, solve any problem, complete any task. My man Zanuck. Yeah, I'll have to talk to them about that. Maybe listen back on it and see what went down, because I'm sure that there's a lot there's a lot, because it doesn't make sense to me right now that how someone could even accomplish that. Because if you have a line that's all level, that's easy. You just put it in the same distance above the water. Then you have another line. You try to make it curve 8 inches per mile squared. I don't even know how you would do that. But I'll have to ask Danny. See. One line is level. I'll have to think about that one.
What's happening, boys and girls?
Oh man, we're just talking about some tests that you guys talked about.
Awesome. This is getting exciting, isn't it?
Well, can you tell me some of the tests y'all talked about?
Well, I only heard one more with lights, which sounds really good.
Wait, how do you get the other lights 8 inches per mile squared, though? I didn't get that part.
Okay, so you know how with mine, the posts are sort of like set up, and we're going to mark off water level with the tide.
Yeah.
As soon as we mark off water level, that's supposedly, the arc of the sphere, or water's curving. And then we just we choose a point, and from that point we go along and measure each post up the specific amount that the tangent would be on a ball. Right? So the first mile would be, your 8 inches, and the second mile would be, whatever it is, and third mile post you measure up a bit further. and each of these marks are going to have a light on them. So in essence, there'll be 2 rows of lights, one row at water level, and then the next row is going to be specifically measured along each post to be the right distance above to match what a tangent would be on a ball.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're gonna look at the lights and see if they're straight.
Yeah, on a profile, not straight down, you know what I mean, but like on a profile, go back a distance and take a shot and have a look, and then if need be, put it into Photoshop and actually put a straight edge along the different light sets and see if which one's curving.
Yeah. Yeah, because you could just look through a scope. You should be able to look. Should just like you look at 2 of them, and the rest of them should line up. If it was straight, right? Yeah. And so you would make one that was level, and then one that was straight. It was a straight line compared to a curve. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, you can make like 2 different colors, like red one and a blue one, and the red one's on top and the blue one's on the bottom. And then you can just look down the thing and see which one which one's straighter, looks straighter than the other.
Yeah, we can try looking at it linearly, like, you know, from the starting point right down the line and see if it's easily discernible. And then doing an orthographic like shot to see the profile and see if we can actually discern the difference. And then Geo come up with a brilliant idea to use infrared, because that way you'd remove refraction as well, like actually put infrared lights instead of blue and red, or also infrared, because then you could use an infrared lens and like literally remove any refraction.
Well, it will decrease it, but I don't know if it'll remove it completely. But yeah, it refracts less. So yeah,
Well,
that's
you
actually
get
a
me.
good idea. Yeah.
You could also get such
Yeah,
a greater distance with infrared. Like you could get you could, oh my, I mean, you could get a distance that would be incredible with infrared.
But this is easy just for me to incorporate into the line test, so I'm going to do it without a doubt. Then we'll see. It's just a few lights.
How far apart are you gonna put the lights?
Well, mine will be on the post, so there's going to be 10 over the 10 kilometers, so they're going to be about a kilometer apart.
Oh, okay, you're gonna use a canal.
No, along the beach, using the outgoing tide to set water level.
Oh, okay, that's nice. So,
Yeah, we're going to be able to set water level perfectly over that 10 k's. So it's going to be awesome. And then when the tide goes out, we'll have dry land to fuck around on with an actual accurate water level to play with.
but you dry land.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep. Tide
Oh, you're
comes
gonna
in.
use the time.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. And you'll mark the water level.
Yep. On all the posts at the same time.
You just need like 10 people or whatever. You know?
Yeah, exactly. All at the same time. Yep. Boom. As low as we can to the ground, like as close as we can get to the surface. So whichever post is the highest post will be the one we're watching, and then boom, mark it all off.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I thought so.
It'll be fun to do. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, beats bloody sitting watching a football game, mate. Shit.
Yeah. 10 miles too. It's or 10 kilometers. It's a fair distance, so it'll be a
Shit,
good.
yeah. I think yeah, it'll be hard to get the 10 kilometers like in a profile shot. So that will be interesting. But there's nothing a drone can't do. Just fly out, look back. You know what I mean?
I don't think that shot's gonna be very useful, but you can do that one anyways. But the one definitely the one straight on will you'll be able to glean something from that one, I believe, because it
Yeah, I
will be a
think so
difference
too.
between. There'll be a big difference between something that is straight versus something that is, because that second one, if it's globe, 8 inches per mile squared. Well, the thing is, hold on, let me think about this. Let me think about this for a second. Yeah, that should be about right. Yeah. You just do the first one. You just make the first two lights will match up basically. Maybe just put it like a little bit higher, but then the next one you make it 8 inches higher than that one. Keep going, or the next one is 32, whatever.
Yeah, I'll probably have a good 3 feet or something between the actual sets of lights. Yeah, from a starting point, so they're not right on top of each other. Because I mean, otherwise, like you said, the first set of 3 or 4 lights won't really even be discernible. Because 8 inches is like not much over a mile. You're not going to see it really.
I was
You
going
have
to
on top
suggest
of
that.
each other. Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to suggest that you do actually take a reading at least every mile that you set it up, so that you don't depend on having the full 6 miles or 10 kilometers. As like the only thing that you record. For whatever reason, it doesn't, the tension, or it snaps or whatever. Show the progression. 1 mile, take a measurement. 2 miles, take a measurement. Show the results for each one.
With the line test you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or you could also, if you're worried about it being visualized at the full 6 miles being able to be seen, you could do like a triangle, 3 mile, 3 mile, 3 mile type thing, if that's possible. I mean, 2 mile, 2
Yeah,
mile.
right now we're referring to putting like very bright LED lights on the posts, and using lights, different colors on each post to compare the curve of seawater level, if it's curved, and a tangent on a globe. Right, so with the lights, we can plot the tangent out on the post, what the tangent is supposed to be. We can calculate that perfectly and put the lights on each post where the tangent is supposed to be if it's indeed curved, and then compare the profile of the water and the tangent line we've created.
Yeah, your idea of the 2 trucks with the crank to tighten it.
Yeah.
That I made me think that maybe that could be done with boats in the same way, like with a line in between the boats, and then boats just, go or sail away from each other, and then pull it taut over the water, shore to shore even.
Yeah, you just have to overcome the water tension. That's the only issue there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and just obviously the fact that bodies of water are never really just sitting still for you.
Exactly.
But
especially with a boat.
there is a place. I mean, a frozen lake. That'd be okay.
Yeah. A moat to have the
Some
water level, measured off with the post would seem like it would be more convincing. If you had a moat of water.
Yeah, a still body of water, definitely. Yeah,
Mhm.
that'd be ideal, mate. Yeah, ideal.
Get your students to dig the moat. That'd be one day's work.
No, Jeremy's going to do that, Jam. Jeremy's got the moat
Oh yeah.
sorted. Yep. One arm
All
tied
by
behind his
himself.
back. Yeah, by lunchtime. By lunchtime, Jam, you have it sorted.
Easy. I
He's
didn't
very
hear that part of the
confident.
conversation, but I can imagine there was some kind of claim on his part.
Yeah. He says he was in the military. He must have spent a lot of time digging trenches.
Kosho, I was asking some other baller, whoever it was, but I think that one of the things that seems so strange about the idea of long distance measurements and the way that a baller might look at it compared to a flat earther. So if over 70 miles or 69 miles, there's only 1 degree of curvature, right? The ballers will say. How does that account for like 3,000 some feet that 8 inches per mile square would give us? Why is there such a discrepancy in the way that it's seen as far as 1 degree versus the actual 3,000 feet?
That's like 1 RPM versus 1,000 kilometers an hour at the equator.
Right.
It's the
Right,
same thing.
exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Just a way of thinking of it, so it seems it seems small relative to the whole.
Mhm.
15
Yeah,
degrees. Or whatever.
it definitely changes the line of thinking. Definitely, the mindset around it for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 degree, that's not that much.
Yeah, exactly. If they never hear, oh, hang on, what's 1,000 kilometers an hour at the equator? Oh shit, yeah. If they only hear the
Right.
1 degree or 1 RPM, yeah.
And you think about your 6 mile test, they could like, oh, it's only like a smidgen of a degree that you're measuring. So this is definitely slack that could account for your inaccuracies of this flat earth you think you measured. You're
Yeah.
gonna hear it.
Oh, of course, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all for me, mate. If other people accept that, that's
Exactly.
half their luck. It's all for
Right.
me.
Awesome. And so if it measures flat, then you're gonna have to tell all your friends and family that this is what the results you got. Sounds like they might be looking to you to find out if this is the case or not. Because I've heard you say, well, this is important because I know a lot of intellectual people in my life that need to know about this case. That's the gist I got from hearing you talk about it once.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Very true. I mean, if they had something definitive, they would have brought it to the table already. And like I said before, if this goes in their favour, they're going to wheel this out as their definitive thing. They're not going to talk about fucking Cavendish anymore. They're not going to talk about anything. They'll be talking about this because it's definitive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it goes the other way, however, it'll be butterflies farted.
Oh
That
yeah, of
caused it.
course. Exactly. They have to
Like
do that
Bob
with everything.
Nodell.
Seems.
You know what I mean? Like they've rang with him. He's
Yeah.
apparently
Flat
proved
Earther proves the
rotational.
globe. Yeah.
Yeah, even though it varied, the
They'll never
rotation
repeat
varied.
that. Yeah, they'll
Shouldn't
never
happen.
repeat it themselves. They'll never
Yeah,
spend
exactly.
the time to do it. Kosho is
Yeah.
actually encouraging of the project, which is really a relief.
Yeah, no, that's good. There's a few intellectually honest people out there. Even though he's obviously got his opinion and he thinks it's going to go the way he thinks it's going to go, he's keen to see that happen.
How many feet of curvature do you expect with 6 miles? Did you figure that out?
For the line test, it's 2 meters over 10 kilometers. So there's a 2 meter hump in the middle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're measuring there, and with the other idea with the lights, it's more of a starting at the same point and going away from each other test down the other end. So that will be, I think, it's about 6 feet over 5 miles. I think they said, or 6 miles. Oh, no, it's 3 miles. 6 feet over 3 miles. So that's how much discrepancy there is.
As long as you have your equipment, up to the standard that won't allow them to claim some kind of, inaccuracy that accounts for the, whatever results you get.
Of
That's the
course,
key.
mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're all putting their 2 cents in with regard to what they think will and won't happen, and what they want to see if it was, was to go ahead and whatnot. So, yeah, I'll
I
try
was
and cover all the bases.
Yeah, I was saying to Gio earlier that there's a couple things that definitely make their model falsifiable, and I think a lot of them would like to think that it's unfalsifiable, and they'd like it to keep it that way. They're not interested in trying to figure
Definitely.
out if there's an objective test that we could all do and actually agree on what the results would be.
Yeah, that's category 3. We've categorized the baller reactions to this particular test. And there's 1, 2, and 3 category. And category 3 is the one where they get very defensive and angry like Rumpus. And that's what you were just talking about. They just don't even want to hear that there could be a definitive test that might fucking contradict their worldview. It's like the full cogs this, boom, not get away, anger, attack. And then he just bailed. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But anyway,
I have a one that I always bring up. You might have heard me talk about it too many times already, but putting a camera on the bottom of a jet airplane and having it fly over several different latitudes should be able to show a rotation of the Earth from west to east underneath the plane, or whichever direction it's going, north to south. There should be lots of opportunities to see the rotation of the Earth, given the ball model and the Coriolis effect being real things. None of them are interested in even entertaining the idea that you might be able to actually film the rotation of the Earth from a jet plane that's not correcting for Coriolis, thus showing the turning of the Earth literally underneath the plane. In fact, they all seem very confident it would be impossible. But why would they be so confident it's impossible? You'd have to know all the wind directions and know know that this atmosphere or whatever it is that you want to believe is making the plane stay within this illusion of a stationary Earth in respect to its own motion. You understand what I'm talking about?
yeah, oh no, look, I definitely do. And at the end of the day, their attitude should be, you know what? I don't think that's going to show anything, but go ahead and do it because I'm actually quite interested because you never know, it might. Just for integrity's sake, you know what I mean?
Yeah, why wouldn't
It
they be
shouldn't be
excited to show it?
knocking.
Like if they're so
Exactly.
sure that it rotates, they'd be excited about showing that it rotates,
Exactly. No,
which
it's
would actually be
actually
very easy to do.
an interesting psychological effect that we're witnessing.
Oh,
It's the
Yeah,
same with the current
so interesting.
illness going around. It's the same.
did you guys just say? Did you just say
Yo,
it's impossible to show Earth spinning, but it's very easy to do?
No,
no one said that.
That's what I heard.
I said that.
Okay.
I said that if you put a camera underneath a jet plane that doesn't correct for Coriolis, and you wished your whole goal with the jet plane was to show the Coriolis effect, which would be the Earth rotation underneath the plane. That's what the Coriolis effect is.
You're saying it would be very easy to do, but it's still
If the
impossible.
Earth was spinning, it'd be very easy to do, in my opinion. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It's impossible, but it would be very easy to do.
No worries, buddy. Enjoy.
No, I'm saying that the ballers claim it's impossible. But how would they know that? They should be excited about showing it.
I don't think Globers are excited about showing it. They did
No, they're not. That's the point.
years ago. They showed it as best they could, and then since then,
Really?
we've just got along with it.
What do they show?
They showed the whole sky moving as a celestial sphere.
Well, yeah, that's all we ever see, but that doesn't mean that we're moving.
Well, that was the deduction that people went with.
Yeah, but that's not showing the Earth moving.
Well, I'm happy with it.
No, you're just satisfied. I wouldn't imagine you're
Why
happy.
wouldn't Earth move? Why wouldn't it?
Because there's no indication that we move whatsoever,
Well,
other than the sky.
Lots of relative movement happening. Tornadoes,
That's
winds,
the theory.
clouds.
Don't you
stars.
think that if the Earth were moving, you'd be very sure of that?
Yeah, I am very sure of it.
Don't you think that I would be?
No,
well?
no, I don't think everyone would be. Just some people.
I was at one point, but that's before I actually looked into it.
Yeah, I see that as a journey of the mind you've gone on. I don't see that as you debunking.
Do you think that I
a
just
false
don't
story.
understand the concepts well enough? I don't have the mind to understand it.
No, I think you're too excited by something other than the globe.
I wouldn't imagine.
to
I don't
fully
think- I don't
understand the
think-
globe. Honestly,
I don't think there's
again,
any
ever
flat
again.
earthers that hope that it's flat. There's no flat earther that hopes that it's flat. Every flat earther
I disagree.
is resistant at first. We all hope that it's not what we suspect. In my opinion,
I don't agree.
who wants to give up all their friends and family and social status and everything?
Me.
Millions of people all of a sudden just
Okay.
decided they're going to decide to believe in something ridiculous out of nowhere.
Let's not say you hope it's flat there, but let's just say you're very excited by the idea that it might not be a globe.
No, but that means you think I'm stupid. I'm just so excited by the idea. I'm going to change my whole
Yeah, I think you're
worldview
religious, not
based on
stupid.
an excitement about an idea rather than something
I don't
that.
think you're stupid. You're a witty, clever man. I just think you're very religious. So you're following an idea.
Just calling the religion strip.
That's what's so interesting about this conversation, that the extremes of the way that people look at it, from the curvature being minimal, like we started with the 1 degree compared to 3,000 miles. And then, both of us pointing the finger at the other side saying, you're religious. No, you're religious. And the idea that we just be so excited about this paradigm shift that we want to create in our fantasy world and convince others of, being like completely not at all the way we interpret it, where it's more like, no, you're in fear, you're in cognitive dissonance, and you don't want to think that it's possible that it's a flat earth, because there's too many implications that go along with that. And it seems so we're so sure on our side, and at least you're saying you're sure, but you're not really a baller.
You can pin that on me that I want it to be a globe so that I'm right.
And you'll admit to it.
Yeah, I do want to be right. But it's not that I'm scared of the implications of flat earth, because I've already looked at them. And I think there is scarier implications anyway.
Scarier implications? Is that what you said?
Yes. So instead of being in a creation made for us, and we've been lied to about the shape, we're stuck on a ball in a void with principalities bearing down on us.
Yeah, that's much scarier, right?
Yeah.
You want to believe in the scarier one?
No, I'm just saying flat earth doesn't scare me. That's not why I argue against it sometimes.
The conspiracy.
Oh, you like to be scared.
No, I'm fine with, facing scary things if I believe it's true.
Seems like the
just
globe
manifest
model.
what you believe. So why believe it? Why entertain it?
To a certain point, that's what my argument is with flat earth as well. You manifest what you believe, so it becomes flat for you.
That would be more, if that were the case, the whole subject would actually be like 10,000 times more interesting to me all of a sudden. Because then I'd have to understand why this happened. Like I know it's a psyop, believe me. I know that they're using it as a psyop, and it may even have been a rollout. So the only possibilities are that it actually was a trick, and they carefully devised it with like all of these people like pretending to be flat earthers to influence people to have this like revelation with like fake evidence, and then NASA participating in that as well to hide their secret space program. Like that's the only possible way to still be a ball. Otherwise, the phenomenon of all these people actually just realizing that we're not on a spinning wall looking at the evidence, because the internet finally gave us a chance to objectively observe, analyze some of this stuff that we
I'll
used
give
to
you that.
True.
I don't think they're all fake. I think people do legitimately believe it, and it is a phenomenon. And
But you understand when somebody says they realized it instead of believe it, do you understand what what they mean by that, or do you think that they're just saying that?
Do you think it means knowledge at that point?
I think it means that it's a loss of a belief instead of the gaining of a new one.
Well, losing a belief that it's a globe is gaining a belief that it's not a globe, right?
In a way.
I think there was a solar eclipse I missed tonight. think I'm just seeing fucking information that there was a solar eclipse
if
in
you
my
just-
area.
If you just go fully agnostic and say, I'm not sure it's a globe anymore, it could be, but I don't know. Then that's
How'd I
not
miss
really
that?
a new belief. But if you say it's definitely not a globe, I know they've lied to me. That's a belief now, or a knowledge.
Well, I
Or
think
knowledge.
there's some things that I think there's some direct contradictions that don't allow me to think that it's possible any longer.
Yeah, so you know, you believe enough to know it can't be a globe anymore.
Well, I just stopped believing it was.
Yeah, but that leaves you with what you believe instead.
No, it's just whatever my
Yes.
reality. I don't have to believe I'm sitting in a chair if I'm sitting in a chair.
No,
Right?
you have certain beliefs about Earth not being a globe and maybe water being flat instead of curved, right? And
I just
maybe
don't have any reason to believe it's anything other than what it seems to be. I don't know what it is. I'm not making any claims about that, but as far as I can tell, it's stationary.
well, I'm okay labeling you as an agnostic globe skeptic.
Yeah, I don't care about the label. I'm not, like I said, I just call myself a recovering heliocentrist.
Yeah, but a recovering Christian is half agnostic now in his head, right? Half atheist, doesn't believe in the Christian God anymore, hasn't looked at another one yet. So when you lose one belief, you become something else.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, but that's not the proper. It's not an accurate enough that way of looking at it, in my opinion.
Like,
You
I
could
don't-
interpret it that way, but it seems like it's an interpretation that's convenient to your argument.
I don't lose the lack of belief in liberalism and become a Tory or a Republican. But I have now I have a stance against liberalism. So I believe certain things about the thing I used to believe. New things.
Yeah. Or you could become apolitical and then just kind of like you
Yeah, I'm both. I'm apolitical, but I'm also against liberalism.
right. I'm not against the heliocentric model. I think it actually, like I've said before.
Well, you are a bit against it because I came in and you two are having a great discussion about how bad it is.
Well, there's so many things that are there's such extreme claims about it, and it definitely had to have been reverse engineered if it's not a ball. I think even most ballers would agree that the only way for it to be possibly all of these calculations to be
I mean,
seemingly as accurate
can't
as
you
they
just-
are is if it was reverse engineered.
can you own what you are? You have got a 24/7 full rhetoric about how bad the globe model is and how it's not true. So you can't avoid
I think it's
having
hilarious.
that as a belief.
I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious that people are so convinced by it still.
Yeah, that's the same for both sides, I guess. A lot of globers claim they just think it's funny that flat earthers believe in flat earth.
Well, Don, you know how you have a thing about the controllers, the elites, whatever, these evil people. Okay, if the globe Earth is their quintessential deception, wouldn't you then see all of the negativity attached to it because of that? Because it's like their, brainchild or whatever you want to call it, as the ultimate deception on on these levels, and in terms of the the whole Jesuit religion, statist religion cult thing. Like wouldn't that then make sense that all that shit's attached to it?
Yeah, I don't know if it is the biggest deception if it's true, but it's one of the biggest deceptions if it's true. Coming close to hiding God or lying to people for thousands of years about God or lying to people about their origins is up there. And yes, if it's true and it's a lie, then it is a ghastly trick connected to everything. But I just don't know if it is a lie yet. I don't think it is.
You think if flat Earth is a trick, like you were kind of implying, that if flat Earth is just a trick to get people to believe in something that's not true, isn't that impressive in ways that would just be like almost unfathomable? That all these
Yes.
people are here talking about it for 6 years now,
Yeah. Well,
And
look at religion.
just based
2,000
on some kind of
years.
psyop trick.
Yeah, I don't think flat Earth is a full
Impressive.
trick to trick people. I think it has trick elements in it. It could be Discordian or Freemasonic to make people believe something wrong. Yeah, like a religion, like a new. It just, for me, it's a troll phenomenon painted across reality to help people become new.
Most impressive troll phenomenon ever. If that were the case. Like, did you hear what I said, Gio? About how I would be like 10,000 times more interested in the subject and this topic. Now that I think about it, like if it were shown, if we were like positively shown definitively, even for our, or that we were shown that there's positive proof that this whole thing was rolled out just to trick us, wouldn't it make this whole like thing that much more interesting that they were able to do that, like to convince people that have no interest at all in thinking this is the case?
Well, partly
Millions
that's
of them
why
within
I'm
5
interested
years,
still.
and there's like 100 million videos made in like 5 years about a subject that was like totally just a fucking meme. That's
Yeah.
that would be fascinating. That'd be more
But it's not
fascinating
just,
than the Earth being flat.
it isn't just a made up trick meme thought up in a basement. It's an arc back. Is the Earth like the ancients thought it was? You know, was science and Catholics wrong? This is the question. So it's not a full like banana Earth troll to make people believe in banana Earth. It's saying, shall we look at the ancient stuff again? Do you even know what you think's true?
Well, then it just so happens to be that these people are taking current measurements and also being convinced by the results that they're getting. And, like that, it'd have to be like so, it'd have to be so close to like, all of the things that it seems to be, and the measurements we're getting, and all of the readings, and all of like the observations, and all these things that are happening with it, for it to not be the case,
I have
and
another theory.
these measurements to also make us also think that there's like a, oh wait, this actually indicates that it's flat, that it's not the ball.
Yeah.
All
Well,
of these other things would have to be coincidental as well.
in that case, I would suggest that a very strong modern New Age delusion helps people go and measure something, and whatever the result is, it helps back up their belief. But I've got a new theory now that maybe it's not a trick by one human on another human. It's just an echo in reality that because you live on a planet that's this size and you're just an animal, human, a small human trying to be a god, like a small, warped, half monkey, half god alien with no hair on the planet. Obviously, if you try and work out what the planet is and what the sky is, not everyone is going to fully understand it or get it right. So the idea that it's nuanced between a flat world, how you'd think of it in your head, and a ball world, how nature would make it, is just infinite nuance that everyone will always disagree about. The Jesuits and the scientists managed to hide it and say, it's okay. We just won't mention it. Maybe they'll forget completely. And then reality says, no, we can't have people forget completely. So we're just going to bring this meme up again. And now people can argue again.
They were trying to hide a meme, not the truth.
I just mean reality pushes back on progress. So if you're all stuck to a model, but you've forgotten the old ideas, reality will push back the old ideas into the new world.
So much so that even the current measurement tests and things that people seem to be coming up with on a regular basis, showing that it seems to be stationary Earth instead of what we were told, those are all just like inaccurate, like people fishing for the answer they hope for.
Yes, that's what I believe. Yeah.
No, the way you said that reminds me of just cycles and how, this globe thing was a cycle and it's just on its way out. And we're going back to, the ancient wisdom and knowledge of, the womb of Mother Earth that always has been. So yeah, it's like a grand cycle.
I think it could be a cycle, but also maybe we're stuck in the globe phase of the cycle for longer. But now not everyone will agree. So it will be tribal. There'll be all the Jesuits and the scientists and the nerds who believe it and think they're right. And other people will just say, no, you're mad.
I think there's enough people that I feel like they've actually realized this is the case. At this point, it would be more of a phenomenon for it to not be the case than it would be for it to be the case.
I agree just on that alone. Like, yeah, I totally agree.
I see how you're thinking. With all of this push and this exponential curve and this work and movement, it would seem funny for it to just die again.
Yeah, I don't see it ever dying. That's how many people have committed to it. This thing that they truly are confident on levels that are beyond what most ballers might accept. You know, to the point where there's no question that we're on a spinning ball any longer. That's not even like in the realm of options for millions of people. And for that to happen within 5 years would be a greater phenomenon than the idea that we were, convinced that it was a ball by Jesuit priests and whoever else participated in this
Oh, I
deception.
think they're both pretty mad. But yeah, I agree. This is a phenomenon, and the short time span as well. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I do agree.
It
Yeah,
was a
that was-
rollout. I think they did a big reset, and this was the rollout. It's the fake
Yep.
Earth, the fake history, fake origin story, whole bunch of fake science, and they rolled it all out together. I don't think it's the first time they've done it either.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think I agree.
exactly.
It's
That's
not
why.
just, not
that's why
just the Jesuits and Catholics, is it? It's other people before them too.
Yeah, that's why it's so refined. But that's a kind of another speculative theory on that. But in terms of that, but I do resonate with that being. But yeah, I think this is it's like a rollout. It's like a whole rollout. It's like a whole program of life. Like, it all goes together. Like the origin story, the Earth itself, the origin story, the evolution, who humans are, like a whole definition of what we are and what our potentials are, and then this whole history. Because most people, if you were to pull someone over on the streets, like, who are you? Where'd you come from? What are they going to answer? I mean, they're going to answer the stuff that they were taught in school.
Yeah. I agree. All of that stuff connects to it.
I almost look at it sometimes as like, not to give them the excuse for whatever it is. Like a lot of flat earthers are like, they lied. Look, let's string them up, whatever, like whatever it is that this deception did for people or didn't do for people. You could look at it in different ways. Like I'm almost thankful that I wasn't raised thinking I'm in like a dome with a God that's judging me on a regular basis. Like that could have been the other extreme of the interpretation of where we are.
It's a schism too. Yeah.
So yeah, like Issa always says, like it allowed us to be non-secular, right? Because and I appreciate that perspective on it. But
that's one of the reasons why the nerds and the globals are so against even looking at flat Earth.
Yeah,
it invokes Christianity and the ancient.
right.
It is.
It could be abused. I mean, they could use this truth as a way of like bringing back in the church doctrines, or separating people by their religious preference and stuff. That's what I fear. I hope it. I mean, that's why it's good to talk about that. I think because the more we're aware of those kind of things being a possibility, if we actually do come to a kind of like a shared consciousness about this whole thing, or if it was a rollout to get us into another era or a new, like even like the Bible predicting this great truth being revealed, right? Prophecy. I can't think of another more perfect scenario than the flat Earth truth being that great secret to reveal.
Yeah, it fits biblical prophecy.
Really
too,
does.
doesn't it?
What other secret could be that big, right?
Yeah, I think it has got a large scale because I know the God thing is big and the origin thing is big, but they almost feel out of grasp. Like we're going to find out later the truth about that. But the Earth thing is like, it's like disagreeing with your partner about which building you're in while you're in your own house, right? If you disagree about that, it's a big disconnect between the society or the community. You disagree where you are completely.
And the irony is now, even if they announced it, whoever they are, or whatever mainstream source it is that they would have to actually like admit that we're not on a spinning ball, like whatever that is. Yeah, the irony of it all is that like the flat earthers aren't going to believe whatever they're saying, you know, even if they say that.
Yeah.
We'll start to doubt whatever it is they're saying, like attached to it, you know. So
Well, if it was on all news, yeah, I always think about this. If they told you, how would you believe it?
right.
Who would you need to say it? How would they say it? What would you need to see?
Well, I'm not looking for someone to tell me something.
Right.
So,
Right.
No, but don't you want to wake everyone else up? And there might be a way to wake everyone else up by the authorities saying it.
is that
Not
really
so
waking?
sure.
Is that actually
No, no.
waking anyone up?
Well, if it's the truth, let's say.
Well, it's interesting. Is that waking up, or is that just them believing in something else? I guess that thing would happen to be true, but it doesn't mean that they're.
Guess what? I have heard this before. While Passio was in the Satanic Church, and he said, "I'm thinking of leaving, and I'm going to tell everyone." They said to him, "Listen, even if we came out now and said it's us, this is what we've done to you," they wouldn't believe it from us. They're too far gone.
What was he gonna reveal?
The globalist satanic plan to enslave humanity. They just told them, you're going to be banging your head against a brick wall forever, and they won't believe you, because even if we came out and told them, they wouldn't believe us. So yeah, the idea that CNN, NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, all of these people came out and said, yeah, we're sorry, we did it. It's not a globe. How would you believe them?
Yeah, that's my point. And I think it's interesting. It's ironic, in fact, because I think there's like a misunderstood or not, or an assumed goal of the flat Earth community, quote unquote, that what we're hoping for is to demand that they tell us the truth from now on, and that that's like ridiculous when you think about it. It's just like, so yeah, we just want to rely on them for information still, but since we called them out about the globe, they're going to have to admit to it, and and then we'll trust them from there on out. You know, like this. I don't think that them announcing this or making it a reality for people that believe in mainstream truth or whatever, them announcing flat Earth is probably the worst thing that could happen in a way.
I think the idea that there'll be one big final court case, and then they won't lie ever again afterwards. Like that's, I mean, I have that fake idea in my revolution, save the planet idea.
How would you know?
I've also got the irony of course, they're just going to start lying again, even if we do a court case.
The question is, why wouldn't they lie?
Yeah, we'd have to brainwash them into our freedom ideology. Teach them that all lies will do is get them in trouble.
I just think that the assumption that flat Earth is all about getting them to tell us the truth is so funny, because, like Gio said, it's not. I mean, the whole benefit of flat Earth is that you don't rely on anyone to tell you that any longer, or to define your reality for you any longer.
Yeah, individual truth, which is also a scary thought. Some people don't want to admit that's what they're after.
This is a battle between common sense and consensus.
Yeah, I think that battle is the whole of this time period, almost, not just flat Earth. I think a good idea. This is a funny plan, but I think we should send little notes to all the children of all the liars to question their parents. Keep slipping them into their shoes. You know, have an actual organization movement going where we slip red pill notes into all the children of all the liars. So by the time they grow up, they don't trust their parents either.
That's actually probably considered a terrorist act, what you just described.
Yeah,
at this point.
We've got to do it.
I went to Walgreens and they had these candies in big bags for like 25 cents, 50 cents after Halloween or whatever event it was, Easter maybe. And I bought these Star Wars heads that were like a little like container for candies. You could, you open it up and it's like a stormtrooper, or they were like red. The red ones were the stormtrooper, and then they had black ones, which were the Darth Vader heads, and these little small ones. And one of the ideas I thought about doing was writing up like a little miniature fold out reference of all the flat earth proofs and putting them inside those things and just like hiding them all over places where kids might be or anybody might walk and find it and then open it up with the flat earth truth inside. Actually, I'm out now in California near where they opened up that new Jedi Star Wars, whatever that theme park is down here, Orange County.
Wow.
Go over there and just put a trail of these flat earth truth bombs with Star Wars heads. The kids are going to pick them up.
Those red ones are called the Crimson Dawn, I think. They're like cultists.
That channel that I sent you that you said you've seen that video of.
Oh yeah,
Dawn.
Foolish Fish.
Foolish Fish, yeah. That
He started as a book reviewer, but now he's got a lot of followers and he reviews online occult content and does short little things about it.
Someone was trying to get your attention.
What about Styx Hexenhammer? Do you follow him, Dawn?
No, I have seen him before. I've heard the name. I can't remember who that is.
Yeah, his channel Styx Hexenhammer 666. He writes all sorts of books and does all the occult shit. I thought you might know him. Not know him personally, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I have heard of him. Look.
Yeah, there was something I was watching the other day. I don't know if it was that same channel or another one, but yeah, that's what's interesting about the whole occult knowledge too, is that it totally goes along with the globe model. The globe deception also was meant to hide the occult knowledge, right?
Yeah.
If it's true we're on a stationary plane, and that was part of it too, is that the occult knowledge is how to use this place with all of the practices of magic with a K, and they've demonized it and made everyone think that that's associated with some kind of devil / Satan / Bible bad guy thing, as a total front for the knowledge that they're keeping from themselves.
Yeah. I'd have to say occultism and Occam's razor would suggest it isn't a globe, as they have told us.
Absolutely. So how are you going to have that
Somehow I
contradiction?
still believe it is, and they've just done occultism around the truth of the globe by faking space travel and not letting you go to Antarctica and
That is
hiding
interesting.
human origins and stuff.
I think that's something you're going to have to resolve, Don.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping just to follow it and see what happens. I'm hoping real Earth truth slowly gets de-occulted.
It has been.
Yeah,
Slowly
it started.
being
I mean, the
de-occulted,
flat Earth
in fact.
movement is part of de-occulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely. It's just one person. I don't think it's a movement. I think it's just one person at a time realizing that we're not on a spinning ball.
I was going to say that before. It's individuals. Everyone has to question and think and then come to their own position.
Common sense versus consensus.
Well, I think in the future, the consensus will just be based on the truth. Like, not every single person will have to measure the Earth, but once enough have, and once there's definitive results, that instead of just believing some authority, people will actually just a lot of people probably will just go along with what everyone else is doing, but it's going to be the actual trailblazers that do it, and then everybody else will at that point just be believing in the truth, basically, even though they won't have tested it themselves.
Critical mass.
I'm thinking about these Star Wars heads with flat Earth truths inside. And my opinion is, if you just have a list of flat Earth truths, that's going to put kids off and they're going to think it's a meme. But if you have a list of questions, legitimate questions about truths that they've been told, they're being told, a question that makes it seem like the truth that they know is up in the air now, and they need to research.
Yeah, that is a
If
better
Earth's
way
a
of presenting
globe,
it.
why is this man admitting to painting it?
There you go.
Question. Why is your dad, why is your uncle painting Earths if we've got superb cameras and superb rockets?
Yeah, I thought about doing something creative with the way it would be like folded, and like you would open it up and like kind of like those paper folding things we used to do when we were younger with like the fortunes in them or something, but some kind of creative way of folding it so that it would be interesting. As you unfold it, you'd get like one thing that leads to the next, another question that, you know, just an inspiration type thing more so than a indoctrination type thing.
Yeah, I'm definitely into that. And I think it's harmless. Give kids questions about reality, especially when we know that they're being lied to.
I just think if all the information that we've been talking about on here, you know, this discussion in general, if it was all laid out, so in a format that someone was able to see both sides of it all at once in some, you know, like format of some sort. Like I thought about doing a book where it would fold out from the middle, and as you fold out each page, both of them at the same time from the middle, it would give the flat Earth on one side and the globe Earth on the other side, with the question in the middle. That is, how do you explain, you know, sunsets? The globe says this, and you'd be able to see it clearly on one side of the book. And here's what the flat Earth perspective shows on this side. And then, you know, basically giving them what both sides are of the argument clearly and fairly, and let them make up their own minds.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. Also, I'm not against flat earthers doing the full Earth is flat, you've been lied to. If that's what they want to spread as a message, I'm still for that. Yeah, I might be against it if I see priests or Muslims sneaking notes into kids' shoes or school bags. but generally, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds a little more sneaky than leaving something for them to find.
My idea was leaving them something to find would be a good way to infiltrate the families of the liars, get to their kids as they're growing up, and make them become part of the Great Awakening naturally, instead of shouting at them, "Your dad's a liar! Your dad's a liar!"
Yeah, anything aggressive is not cool. In my
That
opinion.
can work too. You can do the Alex Jones stunt, the loudspeaker, and stand outside.
How about spanking? Is spanking okay?
Spanking the globe?
Spanking the kids.
Oh, that's totally different direction than the conversation was headed. But real quick about that point we were making, Don, is or the reason I was thinking of that book idea to begin with was so that just something that would be objective, that could almost like be sent to somebody that like you've had a conflict with in your family, because there's so many flat earthers that have been through like just exhaustion and like abandonment and whatever else. Like, what if there was a way for like information to be sent, not on your behalf, but by this group of people that are wanting to offer an explanation to those that are confused by somebody they know that's totally had this paradigm shift and now seems alienated.
Yeah.
Where's the objective piece of literature that would allow them to read it and not be triggered by it and not be feeling like it's trying to convince them of anything. It's just, here's the situation.
Yeah,
And
I like that. And maybe Flat Earth and Globe would have to work together. Like, obviously, me and you wrote it. It's going to be better than if 2 Flat Earthers wrote it.
Right. Somebody on
Or
both
two
sides
global,
would
or
be
two
happy
globers.
to participate. Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are going to help us get to the definitive solution. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yo, Gio. Remember I told you about I was gonna walk to the laundromat with my towel? Fell off. Fell off as I was coming to my house. I was almost in my house and it started to fall off. I was like, fucking hell. But at least it's dark still.
To walk a day in Kosho's towel.
Yeah, walking there with my towel, yeah.
Dude, that's hilarious.
I just gotta wait for it to wash.
I have kind of had that though, and like a lot of my clothes are like in the wash, and you gotta find something to wear.
Well, it's stupid. All my clothes are at my girlfriend's house, and then I had one last thing of clothes, and for some reason I just brought it in her house, and I needed to change my clothes right now, so I had no choice.
You literally went to an actual store in public with a towel wrapped around your waist?
Laundromat.
Laundromat?
Oh, we have a laundromat in the apartments.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a laundromat in the apartments. Yeah, just drove my car up to it, and yeah. Anyways, all's well. That ends well.
I don't think we have to worry about the scary religions putting notes in kids' shoes, because that's my idea, right? They're still into churches and normal preaching, so I think we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't know what the goal would be. I don't know that Flat Earth in general has ever had like an agreed upon goal that you could say like this movement is all about this. You know what I'm saying, Gio?
Yeah.
So you think there's like assumptions about like what this is all about, other than what it actually is all about, and it's all individually, you know, kind of.
People
Yeah.
think it's completely different to what it is. But Gio's trying to make the idea Earth Awakenings, right? You try and build a concept into the movement, get people to agree.
Nothing specifically though.
Awakening about Earth.
And awakenings on and within Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be interpreted in different angles, but
Right at the beginning, the movement was NASA have lied to you, right? That was the very first bit.
That's part of it.
Which I actually still agree with. It took me 2 or 3 years to deal with that in my mind and come to terms with it. I still think it's a globe, but I agree with Flat Earthers. NASA are terrible.
You only need to add a T for it to become a anagram of Satan.
NASA, not another space agency.
it's also very similar to Nazi. Clearly comes
Means deceived, doesn't it, in Hebrew or something?
Yeah, comes from the same root words. Yeah. And you know, they brought all the Nazis over into NASA.
Yeah. So they're not coincidences.
Right from Nazi to NASA. Nazi to, yeah, it's ridiculous. They went right with it, NASA. Yeah. Same group, same cult, same group of folks for sure.
The weird part is I think they're faking it poorly on purpose.
Yes, that is weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is a human psychological thing that if you're trying to pass something off as real, if it looks okay, if it's fake and you make it look too real, it looks. I don't even know how to describe it correctly. It almost looks. Right. It looks too real, and then people question it. Whereas if it actually looks a little bit fake, they're less likely to question it as fake. Believe it or not, like there's an actual opposite thing there with.
Musk said it. Yeah. Exactly what you're saying. That's what he said.
especially now with the movies, where movies look so realistic that if it looked as good as the movies, people would be confused. Like, oh, the movies, like this look,
Yeah,
whereas
that's it. That's it. It's got to look more practical and real than the movie, so they make it look more fake almost. Yeah. That's why practical effects in the old days, although you know it's not real, you can see it's a puppet. It's almost more believable than beautiful CGI.
I would almost guess that it was built to spill from the start, and that these cycles we just mentioned, where they're like revealing the truth and then disclose and then hiding the truth, or changing the paradigm through the model of the Earth and the consciousness that might go along with that. They might have had it planned out from the very start that there was going to be an end to this, and that end was going to involve a lot of confusion and a lot of manipulation about this whole topic, and part of that is faking it poorly on purpose to eventually get to the point of revealing the truth.
I tend to think and hope sometimes, it's an extra little theory of hope, that maybe they did do their best to fake it, but slowly we have people on our side that don't even show their faces. We have light workers and white magicians that have helped pull it apart.
It's hard to think that's possible when Stanley Kubrick made 2001: A Space Odyssey before the first moon landing that we were shown, that he supposedly helped with as well. So if they were trying to fake it, I understand the concept of it like being, if it looks more fake, then it seems more real. Like Musk said, it looks so fake, it must be real or whatever. But they're showing us these wires and stuff recently, and a lot of the stuff that we've been shown, it seems like a troll, because they already know people are questioning it, right? They're feeding that.
Yeah, I do feel that
doubt on purpose. They don't have to show us anything. They could just take the money and say they're doing it.
Yeah. Showing us how they've tricked us, only subtly, does seem like maybe part of an initiation into the new age.
When the guy said light workers, are you talking about the mystical realm?
Yeah.
Light workers.
So like wizards, but working for freedom against tyranny. And infiltrating
So
NASA,
then
messing
NASA
up on purpose.
NASA's a tyrannical pawn then.
No, I'm just saying maybe there's two teams. There is another team fighting for us, a hidden team who helps expose these things and helps.
Forces for good.
Yeah, but also just a human team. Anti-Masons, so, some light workers.
Does that human team also have to be secret?
Yeah,
That
well, that's why I'm saying.
reveal themselves?
We did have the QAnonymous. Some of them give themselves names for a little while, but I think there's a whole team that secretly keeps coming to try and help humans. Like how Freemasons pulled Christianity apart because they thought they were helping humans. Maybe there's a new light team now pulling science apart.
I would even guess that it's not necessarily two teams fighting against each other, the good and the bad. I think that there's men that are over a period of time, there's been men that are part of an organization that has considered themselves gods on earth, and they do good and bad,
Yes.
and they balance it all out, and it's the same team doing both.
Possibly. Maybe pulling science apart is the good part of that team, or one part. This might not be good or bad, but they might have decided our ideas are different to these science lunatics, so we're going to start mocking it and making science a mockery for half the people that watch it.
Well, the black and white checkerboard, right? The black and white symbolism is all about making, in my interpretation of it is that they would like us to see the world in black and white. Like there's a good and a bad definitive, when really there's just varying degrees of both.
They hold you in duality, so you can't transcend.
Right.
But then that's the irony, that even if you transcend above that, you don't want to become like them, where you just kick people about and you don't care about good and evil anymore. you still have to have a right and wrong in your own individual. So the checkerboard floor, it becomes our prison, but it doesn't mean we have to rise above it and abandon good and evil. Abandon duality. But yeah, the point that they're above the board, so they're not stuck in our duality, I think is true. So
Makes
yeah,
sense.
your point that if we keep saying they're the good people, they're the bad people, that's us falling into the duality more. Yeah, I get
Right.
that. So maybe I don't mean good and bad. I just mean there's another team that is against science, secret team, and we're part of the team.
We live in a debt system controlled by propaganda, and you think that's okay in some way?
No, not saying that.
No.
I'm saying that I think that they control society to on levels that we might not even be able to imagine. Like on in a way, like I was saying earlier, they can't. I don't think they want to build society on oppression, even though we're oppressed and even though we're quote unquote slaves. However you look at it, I mean, I'm not a slave, but you could look at it like you are if you think about it that way. But I think that they have to build on our inspiration, not our oppression. And I think that they do these cycles and they giveth and taketh away as if they were gods. And I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that seems to be what's going on here.
And they lied to us about the shape of what we live on. They attacked the holy book religion.
Don't take it as I'm condoning it. I'm just trying to analyze it for what it is.
And they put fluoride in the water.
Yeah, these are crazy, terrible, awful things, and we're possibly being poisoned with graphene oxide, like worms in people's bodies that they can control mechanically. And this is crazy. Armageddon over the line, evil shit.
Graphene hydroxide.
Graphene hydroxide. Yeah. Did you hear about the guy that was killed? By the way, supposedly just recently, that came out with that.
Which guy? If I can... Oh right, okay. What, a doctor or a professor or
like
what?
the leading graphene graphene. I'll post the thing about it. I was going to do it earlier. Witsit was talking about on their server.
Yeah, good times.
How did he die?
He was killed supposedly. I'll post the thing about it.
That's the weird thing about it is his girlfriend claimed that he was attacked, and then later she claimed he had a heart attack. So it's like it's kind of confused. There's a lot of confusion.
Maybe some controlled opposition. Who knows?
I don't know what's going on with
His
that.
heart was attacked.
No, she said that he was attacked like by people.
They got him right in the heart.
I think they're actually doing that, though. I think they are controlling a little bit on both sides of this whole argument, telling us the truth and telling us the propaganda and everything else.
Oh, the best lies are half truths. Exactly. Fuck.
I mean, just think about if they get like over half the population or a good percentage of the people the minestrone, and then they reveal, quote unquote, that these shots actually had this mechanical worm that now you have to, whether it's true or not, is crawling around inside of you. Think about how much terror that would put in the people that have been told that.
Yeah,
of course. That terror will come anyway, as the truth slowly reveals itself, without the worm propaganda, if they choose to use that. That's coming. The lack of fertility alone will be very noticeable pretty quick.
For you Australian guys, I saw an absolute maniac on the news. I watched it on Russell Brand, who was laughing at him, but it's not actually that funny. It's seriously horrific. he's a maniac saying if you protest against mandates, you are anti-needlecraft. And the way he was shouting is just like an insane beast.
Yeah, a few of the premiers have just lost their minds, mate. Without a doubt, power
It was
trips to the
scary watching
max. Yeah. Yeah. That's the same state where if you're even a close contact and you just get sent a message saying that you've been deemed a close contact, and unless you're bloody, willing to abide by the jibber jabber rules, you've got to go off to a bloody camperoony. At your expense, of course. Yeah, look, I hope common sense prevails at some point in the near future. Jesus.
I think the only thing about the way that this is played out that is at all encouraging is that it's so extreme. Like if this was a lot more subtle and a lot more, like slowly progressing, it would be almost scarier. But they've pushed it to the limits now that it almost seems like they can't play this out without the proper reaction being played out as well.
That's fully intended.
Yep.
Yeah, they want the people to rise up against the GOVs around the world when they find out.
They're all in, that's for sure. I mean, this is not a joke. This is a live exercise, people. Whatever that actually meant. I think we're kind of getting the idea now.
The PSYOP will be televised.
Right? The revolution will be televised. I think that's what they plan on it. They plan on televising the revolution.
The devolution,
whole,
yeah, more like the devolution will be televised.
The fake battle that we get to win at the end of this, right?
Well, the devolution is televised, but the revolution is live streamed.
Yeah.
The revolution happens within everybody individually. That's where the real revolution is.
And revolution shouldn't seem scary or hard, but it's just revolving. It's always going to come round and happen every time. Which means we've got round in the cycle again. But we're nearly there, guys.
Most people that have been around this conversation for long enough have realized at this point that even the American Revolution that our country was supposedly founded on, or that America was supposedly founded on, didn't even go down the way we were told. So, I mean, when you think about it that way.
Yes, the grand experiment of the USA.
Yes, new Atlantis, new Babylon.
Yep.
A failure, if I have my opinion.
But I like the way Geo looks at it, and a lot of the other people that are just like, yeah, it does suck. Everything does suck. It does seem like it's, the definition of evil that we're looking at. But there's got to be something positive. And if you don't think that there's something that good to come from truth, then you must be mistaken, whatever that truth may be.
Do you believe in a noble lie?
I think they believe in it.
A lie for the benefit of mankind.
Yep. That's the justification, right? Absolutely. How else do they get everybody to go along with it?
What if you guys find out that they weren't lying?
Then they got a lot of explaining to do.
Well, we've already found out they were lying. It's just about how much and what.
Yeah, they've admitted to it, in fact, on many occasions.
50%, right? That's exactly how much they're lying. Which 50? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah. They like to keep their statistics in line. I think they like to keep the, 49, 51% as close to that as possible, without losing control, whatever it may be. Separation is the name of the game. Seems like there's a trade-off though for everything. The internet's the perfect example. All of the information in the world you could ever want at your fingertips. At the same time, total web of control that they can have over you.
Yeah. Without a doubt, mate. And we all know that we should fucking just put them down and smash them with a hammer. But we don't.
Well, how could we ever have the organization to do so or the means to do so? Right? They just infiltrate any movement that ever has any kind of threat and somehow influence it or give enough of a doubt about it or get whatever they need to do. They've got enough organization on their end that they could make everything saturated and no one would know exactly what to believe if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's probably the true Great Awakening, is when people just, without this organization you're speaking of, just become self-aware of the fact that they should do it, but en masse. You know what I mean? Like a hive mind type situation. Smash the television, smash the radio, smash the phone. Done. Oh,
That's what they want, right? They want us to be the ones at fault for the reset. They want us to destroy it and smash it so that they could say, okay, well, it's your fault now. Pick it up, clean up your mess. Seems like that's how this whole thing's supposed to play out to their advantage, right?
Well, when the GOV goes down, like because the people have fucking had enough and they realise that governments have made decisions that are fucking poisoning people. When the GOV goes down, I can guarantee you they've got that solution ready to go. The UN have got their fucking Chinese troops ready to go into whichever country or corporation collapses first. We're here. We've already got. Unfortunately, it's the way the situation's already rolling. But the Aboriginal community here are already calling for the UN to come in and save us or save them. Right? And I don't feel sorry for. I mean, I feel sorry for them because of their situation. Obviously, I don't want it to happen to me, and it's happening to them, and they don't think they've got anything else to do. But that's exactly what the globalists want. They want all these different countries to appeal to them for help, because then you get the global government and all that bullshit going on.
Yep. Brilliant.
You watch governments slowly collapse. You watch. It'll happen slowly but surely.
I thought it was going to happen a lot faster. I'm amazed, in fact, that it's been this long since this whole thing started. I mean, I went out and got a freezer to pack extra meat in. When this whole thing first started, I was like, I basically thought we had a couple weeks before the grocery stores were going to
Toilet paper.
Right. It's been such a controlled demolition.
Oh, sure. The thing that you got to watch for, which we're starting to witness now, is the supply chain collapsing. There's crops being ploughed into the ground in different places around the world instead of being harvested, and that's on the basis of the shortage of fucking staff because they're not jabbed or some bullshit like that. There's fucking truckers that are all walking off to jobs around the place and they're not delivering shit. There's ships that can't get to ports because the ports aren't operating, and Christmas is going to look very different in the shops this year, just because of that. And come next year, it's really going to start to show itself how bad the supply chain's gotten. And then you'll see shit go down there, especially in the cities. Yeah. Get out of the cities, people. When the
I
shit
don't know that.
goes down, you better be ready.
I
When
don't
the
know
shit
about.
goes down.
I don't know that like the destruction and the like total loss of like any kind of civility and control works to their advantage, because I think that would kind of ruin the technocracy that they hope to have everybody involved with. I don't know that that's the best plan. Like maybe they have a way of like working this so like, yeah, the destruction happens, but it never gets to the point where people can't pay their cell phone bills or their metaverse membership or whatever it is. Like they want that
Oh,
somehow
of
still be
course.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you remember the comment, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy?
Yeah.
From Klaus Schwab and the
Yeah.
Great Reset. That's, part of their plan when everything sort of collapses is, the acquisition of the assets, but then renting them back to you. So people will be able to get on with themselves and get on with life, and they'll receive a payment and whatever, but you won't own your house anymore once it's all done. You'll be renting it back. And it's essentially already happening now. Like we've got old people in my area that spent 40 years back in the early days. They, put the deposit down, they got the mortgage, they paid it all off, they own the house. But right now, their fucking land taxes are more than their fucking mortgage payments ever were back in the day, just because the way inflation's happened and everything. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
they're actually already, in essence, renting their property anyway, even though they've bought and fucking paid for it. And
Right.
some people, depending on the style of houses that go up around them, actually get forced out of the property they've owned because they can't afford the land taxes. But that's just crazy. So a little transition from that to, I mean, I'm sure there's lots of people in the US right now that are struggling with mortgages and things because of COVID. And I think your laws are a bit different. I think you can just walk away from your properties or wherever you are. I'm not sure. But in the US here, you can't. You've got to come up with some sort of deal. You owe the money whatever happens. So you'd be happy, I think, if you were desperate to just accept a deal where, you keep getting to live in your house, but you just don't have the deed to it anymore. You know what I mean? And BlackRock and Vanguard are lined up to just collect them all, mate. They're doing it already.
Yeah, they're making it a deal you cannot refuse, basically, the way it was written up. Like, you can stay at your house, but you're not going to own it. And I think the reverse mortgage was the first example of that. Like, yeah, okay, so we'll take your house from you. You can live in it till you die, but you're just not going to own it after that.
Yeah.
And nobody owns their mineral right. Nobody owns their mineral rights anyway. So.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Yep. It's been rigged for a long time, but it's just getting more and more clear and more centralized in terms of who owns all the assets. You know what I mean? Instead of lots of central banks, it's just going to be fucking, the fucking whoever it is at the top. It's all getting consolidated in every aspect. Like even the electric cars, like people might own them now and might be buying them and trying them out, but when it all rolls out, you'll just lease one or rent one. You know what I mean? That's how it's going to be.
Right.
Yeah.
They've got lots of cars. They call them car graveyards or whatever. The new car graveyards. You heard about those?
Yeah, sure.
I think, the overproduction of things, they have to put these lots, they have to park these cars in these lots that never get sold because last year's model can't compete with this year's model. They have to make the new cars and make it a scarcity of the cars so that they can sell these new cars. Crazy.
Oh, definitely, man. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. You think of the waste that goes on, and then they claim climate change, and it's our fault for having the air conditioner on for too long.
Right.
Bastards.
Right.
And cow farts. Oh, your cow's farting too much. Fucking hell.
Right. These are the things that make it obvious that they're not telling the truth, for sure.
Exactly, man. And not to mention, the fact that all the Nazis got to fucking have nice cushy positions fucking in different places around the world, including the European Union and fucking, NASA and all this shit. You got Nuremberg fucking trials. Sure, people died, but none of the fucking important people. They all got swift away to fucking, cushy little jobs. And now they dictate all this shit that we're suffering from now. Like, they instigated all this shit over many years. It's full on. It goes deep.
It's the Fourth Reich. It's obvious, right?
Mm.
You said that the car companies that they they get rid of their old cars. They got the junkyard full of the new cars that they didn't sell, so they can sell the even newer ones. Car companies are doing that, and you say that that's the evidence that they're lying to you about the shape of the Earth.
No.
Yeah.
That wasn't at all what I meant.
Okay, so
No.
just ask
Do you
that.
think you love how they do that?
No, it was more of like the when you see how brilliant the deceptions are in so many different ways, and then you see how obvious it seems, at least to a lot of people, it seems obvious that there's an even greater deception about our reality that seems to have been a means towards their ends as well. That's all.
I think it's important not to conflate really any of these entities, because I see the car companies doing that. It is a nasty practice, but I don't think the car companies are the same people.
What if I said all this, the people starving and all of the things that a lot of money could go to help with, and then we justify spending billions of dollars to put a rover on Mars? So if it is a lie, and they've shown us the CGI image, and they just have this rover out, at some place what looks like exactly what Devon Island or wherever it is, it looks like that's what they're doing. If that is the case, wouldn't you think it's important for us to maybe not spend money on that and try to, do some infrastructure instead? What do you think?
No, I think that when you look at the amount of money that we give to charity and entitlements in this country, and then you look at the amount of money we give to
Cancer research.
it's not even close.
Fucking hell.
It's not even close to comparison. One is like
it's relative to the whole again, right?
One's like $20 billion.
They're Goyim kosher. I mean, the Earth isn't flat; it's a psyop.
Well, address what I said.
Oh, Mel, hey, down, mate.
Well, I mean,
haven't heard your voice for a bit.
Welcome
well,
back.
I mean, this from where the Earth isn't flat. That's a psyop, but the globe is a corporation.
The whole globe.
Wait, so the globe is real? Is what you're saying? It's real, but it's a corporation.
The globe is a corporation, but that doesn't make it real. Their sigil is the spherical image. That's like their Coca-Cola brand. That's their brand.
Right.
And it doesn't exist anywhere in reality. But that doesn't make the Earth flat either.
Well, that's a
That's why the situation's so confusing. Yeah. Well, the Earth isn't flat. You can't reconcile that. It's just flat. No bottom, no top, just flat, like a piece of paper. It's not, is it?
No. That's the whole confusion. It was never even. That's not what even flat earthers are trying to say.
Where have you been, Mel? What's happened? What's happened?
Yeah, where'd you go?
There's more to it.
We know,
but it doesn't develop with the people out there like Noodle and Oakley and QE and Keen, everyone out there pushing flat Earth. There's a problem there. There's a problem.
I thought it was the globe being pushed and we were questioning. I didn't think we were pushing flat Earth.
Well, I didn't say you, but people are pushing.
Oh, no, true.
And making money out of it.
Okay.
I think what happened, Merle, if you want to ask if I had to try to figure out exactly what might have happened best I could. There's networks, right? That when the information age was being developed and thought about by the people that realized this was going to happen with the internet and the exchange of information, I think there were certain topics that were put on the table as truth topics for the truth part of this whole thing. It actually is the engine of the internet, I'd say. Conspiracy in general, right? And it's almost like they gave a green light on some topics that are open game for anyone to go for, and the networks had their heads, or the flat or psyop rollout had their people that they just plan to put it in front. But
Yeah.
not because flat Earth isn't the truth. I mean, what flat Earth is, the term flat Earth, it's a misnomer. It's not flat. There's hills, there's valleys. It's a stationary plane, most likely, as far as we could tell. But the whole thing about the rollout is that these people aren't necessarily like out to deceive. They're just doing the best they can at figuring it out because this is the topic that they're involved in, you know. And if they ever had to disclose that they knew it was a rollout, then it would make them seem like everything they were saying wasn't true, which I don't think is the case.
Yeah. I mean, years ago I saw this Illuminati card. It's the flat Earth card, and it basically says that the flat Earthers know something. And I never really knew what that. I was like, oh, that's cryptic. That's vague. What does that mean? I know I kind of have a bit of an inkling now on what that means, because you know more than the average Joe, but you can never say definitively that you figured out the whole game and you know what reality. You know what I mean? It's like flat Earth is like a threshold. You walk through that door, but there's a fucking really long corridor with heaps of doors. It doesn't end there. And that's what worries me when people claim it and then they bring the Bible into it and then it's done. Dome, ice wall, God, Jesus, it's all real. You fucked again.
False dichotomy. It was set up as a false dichotomy. Like,
That's pretty funny. Overloading stuff.
Somebody's got a hot mic.
Sorry, guys.
Did you see something funny we missed that you could share with us?
Mrs. was laughing.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy.
That sounds awesome.
You know? The idea that you could just find the whole, right? Like that if you're saying you're a flat earther, that means that you think the whole thing's this somehow it fits into some kind of model that that will be presented at some point, and it'll prove that the Earth is exactly what we're all agreeing it is, which is totally not even the argument.
Yeah.
Defining the whole is ridiculous. You can never do that. If it's flat, it's probably infinite, and there's no way to even see the whole thing. So.
I think that's why the term realm comes up a lot. Because at the end of the day, but good luck defining a realm.
Mm-hmm.
My realm is more mystic than yours.
Yours is a lot darker than mine, I'll give you that.
Like if you ask, like you want to know, like I think Merle, you said to me at one point, you want to know where you are, right? Well,
yeah,
you'd have to know like everywhere else in relation to where you are to even know that. So right there, it's an impossibility.
I want to know where he's been.
Yeah, where were you, Merle?
Editing. I just sort of was floating for a bit. I even went to a bit of a suicidal zone, and then I was like, "Oh, no, this isn't good." So I just had to. I even went back to Gems just because I know that room and I can handle myself in there, and I just needed to hear their bullshit. Sometimes for me, going in there is the best therapy because they're still in that paradox where they're justifying it with their evidence and their proofs, and I think there's a safety net that goes with the globe that everything's fine, everything checks out, everything's cool, right?
Mentally,
and that's comforting sometimes for me to be around, like people who are self-assured and they know science and they've been to school, and I like that. I like deluding
Come for a
myself.
drive and visit me, Mel.
Did you let him convince you?
Come and spend a couple of weeks down here with me. I've done all of those things.
I don't know. I'm just going through a vulnerable, fragile phase that I can't quite get a handle on it all. But
that's why you should go on a road trip. Come and visit fucking Whitesword. We can
You
go
missed
fucking
the whole
fishing down the
thing.
beach.
This last
Yeah.
White's World's been the White's Word or the World? Is it Word?
Word. Oh, he knows.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
knows about it from Brandon's.
Oh, okay. You've heard about the test. That's been kind of like the main attraction these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard snippets from Kosho, and it's good. I mean, you can't give up. Bandsaw just appeared over in Gems just then, and you could sort of hear that kind of weird relief in a lot of people, like when they heard his voice. That cool, he's
Yeah.
okay. You know what I mean? Like that's that
I don't know who
instant.
that is.
Oh,
Bandsaw Bandit.
Yeah, Bandsaw Bandit. He's
Never heard of him.
an Aussie representative, if you will.
Baller.
You've
Yeah, he's
interacted
not
him with
fucking
him
me.
dozens of times.
No, he's not a baller, but he's had a time as a baller. He's kind of yeah.
What was the worry?
That he was dead.
Oh, okay, good. Glad he's
Yeah.
not.
Same as Brandon. Did he pop up over there as well? Did Brandon pop up at the same time?
No.
Fucking hell. No.
No, he's still on the down low.
Well,
Yeah.
he's not missing.
No,
Okay.
Oh, well,
No.
good.
missing in action.
Where did Bandsaw go then? What was his excuse for being on?
Well, he said a similar thing too. Like he just needed to go off grid for a while, just some time away from it all.
Why would you need an excuse? That's a really negative way of
I
putting
don't
it.
mean an excuse. I didn't mean to put it that way as far as an excuse.
No, I was a bit wondering because it was a weird choice of words.
Yeah, I was just kind of choosing that word instead of meaning it anyway. Cool. Glad he's good. I'm glad. I don't know who he is, but I'm glad he's good, whoever it is.
Mansell's all right.
Is he mostly over at Jim Panda's? Because I don't go there. That's the reason I don't know him, right?
Yeah, he used to. Yeah, and then he was a mod in Brandon's as well. But he's a fair bloke for the most part.
Glad
For an Aussie.
Plays likable. If you met him, you'd instantly like him. He's that kind of guy.
Cool. I'd like to know.
It's got like the Aussie version of Rizzler.
Why did you go by the name Bandsaw?
I'm not sure.
Because he likes video
I think
games.
he does
and
woodwork.
Bandsaw Bandicoot was a video game.
Oh, so he did.
I think he does woodwork.
Yeah, he does.
Very,
woodwork.
very nice woodwork.
And that's the other reason.
Beautiful.
Perfect. Does he have a YouTube
He
channel?
also keeps a lot of pigs.
Does he make videos, or is he just in the Hangouts?
I'm not sure, mate. No, I'm not sure.
I will do that. Yeah, I think when we any of us that have come to that realization, or whatever you want to call it, that we're not on a spinning ball. In the very beginning, at least, we all looked for the debunk videos to make us feel better for a little while, make us comfortable that it wasn't that the way. Okay, yeah, okay, it is a ball. Yeah, it has to be, right. They couldn't be lying about that. So I understand why you go to Jim Pandas for your comfort sometimes. I guess it seems strange after this long that you might be able to still be comforted by it, but.
I don't go to Jim Pandas.
Well, I mean, I find it comforting. It's like, I used to think like this.
I see. I get you. Not because you're convinced that it's a ball, or that they're convincing you it's a ball again, but more
No.
like, oh, I'm glad I'm past that. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll genuinely test it out with them. So, and something I'm grappling with or I can't reconciliate, I'll go through it, and then they'll either start telling me I'm dumb or I don't understand. You don't
I
understand,
fucking
and all
hate
this.
that. I fucking
Yeah.
hate that.
But that's all right. I kind of take it all in my stride now. It's just like, all right, this is just the way it is.
You know what's
I had a
comforting
really good
about it?
teacher once.
Might be kind of, it's weird, but I think what also might be comforting about it in a way is like, I think if they ever announced it's flat, or like we've said, if it's ever in the mainstream, then you know that they rolled it out for whatever reason, like whatever ulterior motive they have that goes along with it. And if there's at least some people like Jim Panda's group or whatever that are holding the line for this illusion where people like my parents or somebody else might not have a happier ending of their life if they were to find this out before they die. Like basically they told me that, like, if you're right, I'd rather not know. I'd rather die not knowing at this time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To be fair, I think there's more chance of me sprouting wings and becoming an infant cannibal than there is of the Earth actually being proved to be flat.
Yeah.
That's why we appreciate you. Just what I just said. Hold that line. Keep the believers believing, because if everyone announces, I think the chaos that might come with it might not be any flat Earth to
I
really look forward
accept
to.
that everybody is entitled to their own opinion and perspective. I'm merely giving you mine. I'm not trying to create believers or change anybody's minds. I was giving you my position on it.
I just agreed with what you were saying. Not agreed with you, but I was appreciating it sincerely. Maybe that's the part you missed. I was actually appreciating it because even if you're, whatever it is, if you're good at keeping that belief alive for people that can't handle the truth, if it is the truth that it's
But I'm not doing that.
you're doing a good
That's the part
service.
that I'm rejecting. I don't keep anything alive for anyone else. If you're not strong enough to have your own opinions, then that's really a kind of you problem, not a me problem.
I think you're misinterpreting me, but I understand that's not your intention.
Okay, cool. Maybe I am. There are a lot of things I don't understand. A lot.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you say. In fact, even if it's not something I agree with, you're an entertaining, interesting person. Now tell us a joke.
Stand on your head.
I love the psychology. The psychology there was beautiful.
Scratch your chin.
I wasn't playing games. I was being honest.
They never know what to say when you think.
I think there's no better statement maybe than that to define where we are right now in this time. Then it was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah, I don't think we're here and came to these conclusions just to sit and watch the world be completely ravaged by the global deception for the rest of our lives. I really don't think that's in the cards. I think it's unraveling and it's on its way out within our lifetimes.
The paradigm shifts already happened in my opinion.
I mean, I sometimes wonder about the unborn.
You know the Oh, sorry, Mo.
No, you're right. I'll wait.
I was only going to say, do you know the rest of that quote?
Is that the beginning of A Tale of Two Cities?
From Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities.
Yep.
And it's just as the guy is about to get his head chopped off by the guillotine.
I thought that was the first line of the book.
Yep.
Nice. At least
There's
that'd be quick.
Piece
The
that I go to
guillotine.
now than I have ever known before.
One more time.
But it's a greater piece I go to now than I have ever known before. Basically, he sacrifices himself to allow his love to escape. And it's kind of a parody on the Scarlet Pimpernel story.
His name was Chuck Dick. That's what we used to call him.
Sounds like a porn name.
Yeah. So he thought
I actually have to say, one of my friends years and years ago, this was when I'm in my 20s, came up with a role-playing character called Rod Hardway and really didn't think that through.
Yeah.
There you go. That was the joke you wanted.
There you go. That's why we appreciate you for reciting for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to wonder about like the unborn souls. So is this a thing to begin with? Because if we are soul, maybe part of the rules, when you take on human form, you lose memory of your prior existence. So there seems to be some deal between the living and the dead and whatever the creator is, right? So as we can see, the ones who are living and existing on Earth now, it has some serious issues. Now, would you want to come back in 50 years as a little kid, an innocent little kid, to this place? You know about this place now.
Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully his grandpa,
I would come back.
uncle, uncle,
I'd come back and
grandpa,
help.
fucking Whitesword was part of a revolution and fucking sorted the shit out. And he's thankful for the sacrifices that his previous generations made to give him the opportunity to live a really good life. That'd be my optimistic view.
I would come back and help people. That would be my heaven.
If I was rich,
Nice.
if I had rich parents, I'd come back.
Rich parents. Love it, Dawn.
I think life is
Yeah,
about being in the
honestly.
moment.
Yes,
I have
get
I have
it.
a few friends that are millionaires, Don, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're
Really?
my happiest friends.
You red pill them into.
There's a flat Earth test. Flat Earth
New
test. They could find.
perspective. Maybe you can persuade one of them to adopt Dawn.
I have
Oh,
many
Jesus.
plans for their money if we can all get acquainted.
Yeah, get them on the server.
One of them might take you as a gimp, actually.
Jesus Christ.
I'll be a
Don't
spiritual
get-
guide. What we need to do is we need to red pill rich people, get them on side, and then we come up with plans how to spend their money to change the world.
New perspective. Have you
That's called a
noticed how
charity.
when you have those
Charity.
ball gags, they're always like red balls? Is that like the red pill?
That's
No.
funny. Yeah,
I had rich
I
parents,
thought about
Dawn.
that idea.
I had rich
Go ahead.
parents, Dawn. It doesn't make you happy, mate. Trust me.
No, but
Yeah,
you
they're-
survived,
It's
right?
almost like they're bored.
Now you're happy now.
Because they have all the options, they don't appreciate any good options. They're like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my old man told me, "I'm cutting you out of my will," and I said, "Go fuck yourself. Do it." And
What
he
I'm
did.
saying is, yeah, if we end up in the future in 50 years and the whole Earth is a wasteland, but some people live in beautiful capsules, I would come back as a child into that reality.
And would you be selfish then? Would you try to share it with the world and try to make things a little more?
I would do what I can in the life, but I would enjoy living in a capsule on wasteland Earth if that was the choice.
Okay.
Yeah. And what if you started to remember that you'd been here before and
Yeah.
that was all familiar and it was, oh, not this again?
Oh, I'd be the prophet and I'd tell people what I've seen, my visions.
Yeah.
What happens if you had to come back reincarnated as Brenda's dog?
No.
In that same capsule, you and Brenda, you're the dog.
No, I'm not down for that.
Yeah, okay, fair.
In that wasteland, I would live in the wasteland and corral or revolt to blow up the capsule so it just evens the playing field.
We'd have to defend from Godric's clan.
Rumpus's dog.
It's all about evening the playing field, man.
I would come back as a dog, yeah. If it had a cool owner and a cool life, I wouldn't mind being a dog.
The idea of appealing to the children of the elite is actually a good one when you think about it. Like just the Kennedy family and the Rockefeller family, all of the, up and coming elites that are at that age where they might still consider an appeal to this whole thing. And if they're not aware of what actually is going on, a well-written explanation of some of the things that we're dealing with, and straight to them in the mail, a mass letter that is so well worded that it might actually give us a chance at turning things around.
You're more optimistic than me, mate. Fucking hell.
I don't know. I'm saying it couldn't hurt.
I reckon Kanye West has fucking personally called them all up and told them all about it. And they're just like, yeah, sure, Kanye.
You mean his clone, or?
Yeah, his clone. Yeah. And his boyfriend with the big tits.
I think they're all convinced that whatever it is they're participating in is for the greater good. At least a lot of them are.
It has to be the case, mate, yeah. And as I've said to a few people in different discussions, like if I was filthy, stinking fucking rich and I had a bunch of friends that were filthy, stinking fucking rich, and we saw all the poverty in the world, and we saw this and we saw that, and we'd sort of tried to do little things here and there to correct it, but we come to the conclusion that fucking there's no real simple fix, and it can only be fixed if it was, like a major change, There's the resources and the management and blah, blah, blah. Now, even with the best intentions, there's going to be a certain demographic around the world that you're going to oppress, no matter what you try and change to try and implement what you believe is the greater good. You know what I mean? Now, your greater good is not necessarily everyone else's greater good, because you're from a different perspective, but your intentions might be genuine, but they're just not everyone else's cup of tea.
It's like almost like if it's not communist and everyone's on a totally, shared, equal standing, then you have to have the two extremes for it to work in the other way.
You do, yeah. Yep. But that extreme just gets to the point where it is now where the divide is so big that the end that's at the bottom is fucking so depraved it's not fucking fair. Everyone knows it exists. Everyone knows there's people out there that've got fucking nothing and they're destitute, and everyone just turns a blind eye and hops in their bed. You know what I mean? And then there's the stinky, filthy fucking rich that have got billions of dollars in an account and do nothing with it. So yeah, it's got to that decadence level.
Yeah, that's why the technology, though, is such a perfect thing for this to happen, for the time for this to happen at such levels, because even the poorest person in America probably has a cell phone. One of the,
and
relatively
by design,
poor,
they've been,
yeah. And the metaverse to escape to, I mean, everyone's equal in there, right? To a certain degree.
Yeah, well, yeah. Depends on what you can purchase as the avatar or the clothes or the fancy, whatever.
Right.
It'll start off even, I'm sure.
That's the craziest thing. They're going to use Google Earth and basically start selling all the land up to people that want to buy a property in the metaverse.
Yeah. Oh, exactly, man. If you can code and create bloody digital couches, leather couches, and digital fucking, outdoor settings and all that, but just house shit. People are going to need it all. Design a set of digital pavers and tiles for your digital bathroom, and if you can create that shit, fucking, you're going to be rolling in the future. But probably only if you accept the jibbity jabbity hoobie roo, or you probably won't be able to get paid through your fucking crypto.
I think they pushed it too far too quick. I think that even the things that we're hearing about are too nightmarish for it to continue long enough that they can require it for a metaverse pass or whatever it is. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it seems like there's way too many concerns already being acknowledged, even in the mainstream, to some degree, for them to ever get away with like this, crypto attachment to the Jibbity Gem. At least I'm hoping so. But it does seem like it's already gone too far.
Yeah. Yeah, time will tell.
It's almost like there's a mass scale psychosis happening. So, will we snap out of the psychosis in time before
No.
whatever
Yeah, I feel that.
doom is on the way?
The great culling, mate. Unfortunately, it's the great culling.
I laughed when I said that.
1918 over again.
It's really not funny, but at the same time, it is like it is almost kind of comical in some way that we're like actually even in this situation.
It's surreal. That's what it is. It's surreal, in all honesty. It's like watching the 9/11 when I walked into work and, 9/11 was happening, and I thought all my colleagues at 7:30 a.m. were sitting there watching a fucking movie for some reason. And I was just like, what's going on? And that exact feeling that for that morning, how surreal it was that it was going on, has basically happened for the last 18 months now. Because, yeah, it feels like we're in some sort of pantomime where 3/4 of the world are involved in this fucking weird scenario. And there's a few people getting around, look at each other without a mask going, fucking, what is going on? It's weird.
Yeah. The difference thing about now, though, I think when 9/11 struck, I mean, wouldn't you guys say most people believed it when it happened? Like,
yeah,
I pretty much did. I thought, that planes hit towers. I mean, I hadn't looked into it yet. So, whereas with this current situation, the last 2 years, like a lot of us are like didn't even believe it from day one.
No, because they prepared us for it a lot more.
Yeah. Day one, I said this is a bioweapon. We need to get gas masks. That's what I thought. I auto hoaxed it day one.
No, you well, it's kind of an auto believe, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I knew it wasn't a natural occurrence, but I did also believe there was a big danger happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got all these different perspectives covered, and they're feeding all of them too. Like the whole idea that it's a China virus or it's a lab created bioweapon is like one way of like accepting it, but then not accepting the mainstream narrative about it. And then it's just so many different ways that they've played this out, and even the side of the revolution coming, like or whatever it is they're going to call the revolution, or the truth about this whole thing coming to light, like with the people that are anti-vaxxers or portrayed as such, like Aaron Rodgers, the Green Bay Packers quarterback, that decided he's not going to take the vax, and then there was an issue with him being at a press conference, and people claiming that he was like wording it as if he had taken it when he really hadn't. Like they don't have to put any of that in the mainstream. Like if he's not into vaxes, and they were really trying to like make sure nobody knew that there was somebody as popular as him against it, they would never put that in the mainstream. They have that much control. So they're giving us both sides for some reason, and that's like the only hopeful thing about it in a way.
They're gonna show you that by him taking that stance will ruin his career. They're going to use him as an example. That's the only reason they allow him to come out and be public, or to even make a statement about it. It's happened already to several people. It'll keep happening that way.
I hope you're wrong. I hope he wins the Super Bowl, and that's the change of events that we needed. They could even script it that
I like
way.
the optimism. It's good.
Well, they only can build on our inspiration. They can't build on our oppression, right? They have to give us, even if it's a false inspiration, they have to build on our belief in something. And they're not doing a very good job of making anyone believe this. It's so over the top that I don't think they can build on that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Well, the bigger the lies, the bigger the revealings.
Right. The bigger the effect. The paradigm shift works in their favor, probably. They have it all planned out. The third act's already been written, and the fall guys are already, the parts are Fauci and Gates and whoever. They just seem like they've been set up and written in as the fall guys this whole time. And we've seen it progressively get forward towards that.
Hey, we can't
Not that they'll
stream
ever
on
go
this
to
channel.
jail.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we're kind of getting deep with the details, aren't we?
I was saying you can't stream in this channel? I thought you could stream in this channel.
Oh, you mean video?
Don't stream inappropriate things.
Yeah, I don't know. I've gone back and forth as to whether it should. I actually turned it off today because it was. I don't know if people want to be on the live stream or if they know they're on the live stream.
No,
So-
no. I mean, I don't mean the live stream. I'm talking about streaming, like from sharing my screen.
Oh, maybe do those permissions go together? Let me check. I think it's just. It might just be, yeah, see, there's only video. Yeah. All right, then I'll turn it back on.
What was the okay? What were you trying to turn off?
It's just one setting.
Oh, it's a share screen or share video.
Whether share video or share screen. The Discord doesn't split that up. I just don't know if people know that they're like on the live stream if they share their video, so. But if you just share your screen, it doesn't go on. Unless I go and share it, but. So Don, do you
What
have?
are we going to look at?
You must have a feeling of possible excitement that these truths are going to be revealed, and you don't want to miss out on it.
Yeah, definitely.
Might as well at least just grab some popcorn and be here for the show.
Right. What does it mean though? Like, what's the definition of revealed? They tell us it. Like, how would that be official that it's been revealed?
No, they're never going to reveal anything.
Right. But if they act like they do, then it's not really revealed. It's probably some truth mixed with lies, right? So,
I mean, I don't think the flat Earth thing was rolled out at all.
you know?
No. All they did was co-opt it once it started happening with certain moves, but no, they never wanted this to come out like this.
What about the theory that they want to get us into smart cities? So the idea of flat Earth is to tell us we're inside a dome and the air is contaminated, and now we got to get in these smart cities to protect us from the trapped in air that this dome, that the flat Earth is all about. Would that be the perfect way to get us into smart cities?
That's fucking funny, champ. Where the hell did you hear that?
Just a thought.
Is that The Simpsons? Is that from The Simpsons?
No, it's just I'm trying to figure out if it was a rollout, what would be their ulterior motive in doing so? And the smart cities is one thing, or the outer ponders mixed with like the UFO conspiracy mixed with the truth of the flat Earth, so they could threaten us with like immediate UFO outer ponder threats on all sides. I'm just trying to think of what are the lies that are leading this. Like, what could this, if it was a rollout, what could they use this truth to sell us and control us even more? How could they use it?
Well, it's climate change. It's smart cities because they want to regenerate the Earth's vegetation. So they're going to push everyone into the denser cities so that all the big farmlands and all that shit can regrow while they grow crops indoors onto lots and grow beef on a fucking stick. Beef on a stick.
Yeah, I definitely think smart cities is part of what they're trying to do, but if they have enough like mind-controlled people within smart cities, it won't really I think they're hoping it won't even matter what the cosmology is because those people are so obedient at that point. It makes no difference, and they can probably throw NASA under the bus or whatever. So yeah, I think they may have some backup plans how to integrate a planar stationary Earth into whatever their further agendas are. But I definitely think it's their last case scenario, and they're pushing hard for the globe stuff and the outer space and to keep it all going.
Yeah, and this idea of like the culling of the population that it seems like we might be going through right now, when all of this, when flat Earth was still kind of new or relatively new, we were wondering if it was a rollout even at that time, like if what's the reason? Are they trying to get us like, is it like a QAnon type thing where they're trying to get these people to out themselves as, truthers or something so that they can get rid of us? Those kind of thoughts. Whether, or even with what we're going through now, is it like, some people think that it's to, the people that are stupid enough to line up for whatever it is are going to be the ones that are called so that they have the best of the people with discernment as like a gene pool type thing, like upping the gene pool so that the future is filled with people that think for themselves and have, that are smarter. That's one side of looking at it that way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, which way is it? Is it either or neither or one or the other?
The anti people are going to be like labelled or categorised as terrorists at some point in the near future. The whole freedom movement, if you're a freedom movement supporter and all that, that's the way it's going in Australia anyway. You're going to end up being a terrorist, and then they're going to come down on you like all sorts at that point. That's why they're building camps everywhere. They don't build them for nothing. Government don't spend shit for nothing.
Well, the meek shall inherit the earth, right? You look up the definition of meek, that would indicate that they only want the obedient people left, right? If it means that that's what it means, right? But
Yeah. And the survivors of whatever's being implemented inside them. So some will obviously not accept it, but then there might be some that do accept it, and they might be the ones that go on to be the serfs, the 500 million serfs required to support, the revegetation of the earth and whatever else. Sounds
I don't know.
very dystopian.
I don't know. I think that the idea of them getting rid of the useless eaters, that perspective does make sense in some ways, because if you're like building the future with this tech edge to it, like think about a video game where like like the escape room, right? Like even the real escape room or whatever, like the only way to get through the escape room is to have like a good team of people that are like, smart and, deductive thinkers or whatever it is, like that might be better to build the future on than the people. My headset cut out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a nice thought, mate. Yeah, you're more optimistic than me.
Sucks to think they're calling the population, but that does seem to be what they're doing for whatever reason.
Yeah, look, again, go back to my scenario before where you're the rich billionaire and you think that's how to solve the world's problems. You know what I mean? Like, and you've got the best intentions in your mind. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but in your own mind, work everything out. That's just the best way to do it. Going forward. One man's, his compassion is someone else's evil. Too You gonna come for a visit, Mel?
Are you asking something that someone didn't hear? Did I miss something?
Oh, he might drop
I,
out. I just can't see the list of people in the Yeah, he's gone now. My bad.
it's bedtime here. We're way past it, but good talk for sure.
Sweet dreams, man.
You as well. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's like 40 in this server. What are you doing, Kosho? Can you talk or?
I'm trying to do a 3-body problem.
Tell me the idea. What's with the three-body problem? Why is that a thing?
Just having, just modeling 3 objects using Newtonian universal gravitation.
Have you had that gravity is bogus? Maybe that's your problem.
It's actually not. It's not a problem in the sense that you're thinking about. It's just a math problem. Math problems have solutions.
Hydra. Google the Hydra, people. Anything that fully regenerates. Apparently, yeah. Well, yeah, shit. I hate that. You try to put it in, and it pops back out. I think if I could really design that, but if I can at least tried it before they sold it, but no. How'd you go, Kojo? Did you solve your 3 body problem? Solve the riddle? You 2 ball cane. Yeah, that doesn't look dodgy at all.
Reckoner, are you there? Please get to the chopper. Hey, come with me if you want to live. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. I like killing, and killing is what I do. She's not a tumor. Come on, man. I've given you all my best. Hello, this is my cousin Vinny. All right. Well, you take care.
I can.
Okay, now here's the deal. Someone posted that meme of what stars really look like.
I know the entire backstory, Jerry. It was on a particular point you were making.
Okay, now what's the problem?
So your assertion is that we cannot know about something unless we've physically gone and visited it.
Not necessarily.
No, you kept asking everybody, have you been to a star?
Yes, stars, yes.
Yeah, have you been to a star is something you kept asking. And I made the point was there are people that have there are places that humans have claimed to have been that you deny.
Well, it depends on the claim. I mean,
yeah, like we've been to the moon, like we're whizzing around in the ISS, but we've sent probes out to the further reaches of the solar system.
Right, that's all fine, but specifically, I was talking about stars. Whether or not.
And I was drawing it to a point where it doesn't actually matter whether it's a star or something else. There are so many things that you deny that humans have been and visited, or at least that's the claim. Let's be generous in my wording. That you deny. So what's the point? If someone said, I've been to a star, you go, well, I just don't believe you.
No, if someone said, yeah, I've been to a star, I know what it looks like, it'd be like, okay, fine. Then you can tell me what it should look like through a camera or a telescope or whatever. But no one's been that far.
Why do you think doing astrophotography with a P900 has any form of validity?
Why do I?
That's what those pictures were taken with, those blurry, weird-ass ones that were in that meme.
Well, I'm not saying that, what we see through any camera is necessarily what the star or a planet actually looks like. Whether it's in a flat Earth meme or a globe Earth.
Let's take something nice and close like the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't think that when I look at that through my telescope, that I'm not getting a reasonable indication of what that object is? That I can see it's three-dimensional, for instance.
I would say that that's more reasonable than saying what a star looks like, because you could see the moon with your naked eye. You could see, craters and all that shit with the naked eye. So, if it matches pretty much what you see through a camera or a telescope, all right, sure. I'll give it a little leeway there. It's still through the eyes of a camera or a telescope, but,
So where do you feel that a camera and a telescope is no longer reasonable? I always go back to shooting because that's something I used to do a lot of.
Where do I think that it's not, like, if you're going to say that, well,
how about Jupiter?
How far away is that, do they say?
Does it matter? I'm just asking about the object.
Well, yeah, it does matter, because if people have never been there,
we sent probes there.
Know what?
And they've taken close-up images of them, Jerry.
That's a separate thing.
No, it's not. It's all the same thing. The fact that what we see from the imagery of the probes is just greater detail of what we observe at this distance. The correlation is strong. Therefore, you've got a co-witnessing of events. The fact that we use different sorts of instrumentation and different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum to help identify things. The fact that we know that, the signatures of light given off by certain elements is a way of actually identifying them. We use this on a daily basis, and it's legally admissible in court. Not that that's a particularly good standard.
Right. I'm talking naked eye versus through a camera. That's it.
Why are you ruling out all the good instrumentation we have to do this work with? Why are you ruling out all the other frequencies that we're getting information from that builds up a huge collage of a picture, and rather than say, well, I just want to cherry pick this one smaller piece because it's easier to refute? It's never the single chain of evidence that counts. It's everything pointing in the same direction that gives us confidence to a proposition.
I understand your position, but Jupiter's really friggin' far away. So, it's always going to be through the eyes of a camera or a telescope. Like that's
or a probe that's gone within millions of miles of it.
Right. So you're not going to be able to corroborate that with a naked eye.
We can observe the storm systems
observation.
moving on Jupiter over time through a telescope from Earth, Jerry.
Sure, you could do whatever you want.
The same way as we can observe those craters on the moon. That's hundreds of thousands of miles away. We're just talking of something that's a million or so miles away. 10 times, 20 times the distance, whatever it is. Not quite sure off the top of my head. Probably go and look it up if we're going to be asked. But I've seen Jupiter through my own telescope, and it's not, it's a couple $100, $260 maybe. Not an expensive scope, and I get good images. I get a good, clear picture of what I can see. I can see the bands. I can see some of the bigger moons. I watch it change over time.
I agree. We see all kinds of different things. But we all need to go there and be like, oh, so this is what it's really like.
What's the difference? Again, let's take back. So if I'm firing a probe at Jupiter and I get it there, or if I'm firing a bullet in the target and I get it there, never been to that target, never been to Jupiter. What's the difference?
What are you saying? If you shot something there that took pictures and you've never been there, what's the difference?
Yeah, the same way as I've never been to that target.
Because it looks different.
I've just got someone looking at it through a spotting scope and walking me in.
Well, I mean, did you build this thing yourself? Do you know that
Did
there's
you go?
no kind of...
Have you been to Bhutan?
No.
Do you think that it exists?
Yes.
Why? You've never been there.
I believe it exists. I couldn't prove it to anybody else because I believe it.
Really? Belief isn't something that you can sort of demonstrate you have some validity for holding that belief.
I mean, I could go
somewhere. Is it purely a
that...
faith-based position that Bhutan exists? That's weird.
Yes. Yes.
You only hold Bhutan's existence on faith.
Because there's no way that I could say that I know it exists without you, going down this kind of solipsistic route. Like, well, how do you know it's just not a piece of land that someone calls Bhutan? You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. You're going down that kind of solipsistic route.
Well, see, but the difference is that the surface of Jupiter that we see with our eye is different than what we see.
We don't see the surface, do we?
So all those GIFs of Jupiter allegedly rotating, that's not the surface of it, or what?
No, it's gas giant. We don't know what the core of Jupiter's like. We've never sent anything down that far.
No, I said the surface.
Mm-hmm. Surface is a solid thing. Or a liquid thing. But not really a gaseous thing. You don't say the surface of the atmosphere, do you?
Well, that's a whole different discussion, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we can say that we've got an idea of what the surface of Venus is. There have been claims that we've sent probes there and they've made it through the atmosphere and they've lasted a little bit until they sort of melt away.
If you believe that, then...
It's not a belief. There's evidence there to support that. So it's kind of more than a belief. I wouldn't say we have certainty of an exact... It's the truth of the proposition, which is kind of where you're going. We're talking we have knowledge, which is we have a reason, a justification to hold this thing as true until otherwise contradicted.
Go ahead and believe it.
I know it.
It's not so much I think that they're lying about the planets. I'm saying the reliability of what we see through these various instruments, because they look different through all kinds of different equipment.
Do they?
Yeah.
Not if you use. I mean, yeah, okay. I'll grant you if you use a pair of sunglasses, it's going to look different than if you look at it through a telescope, and
Right, they
different
got-
to if I use my naked eye. Naked eye, it's a point of light. When I actually zoom in with my telescope, I start to get some details of what that point of light is about.
Right. And there's,
You know.
Solar filters, there's P900s, there's.
But why would you use a camera that's designed to take pictures, really in a terrestrial environment that
Well, that's
doesn't
not.
have the right kind of lens to work to do what we know? We understand how lenses work and we use them for the right thing.
Right,
It's the
but that's
same way
not
as a
really.
P900 makes a shit microscope. I agree with you. It makes a shit telescope too.
I'm not defending the flat Earth meme that this is what stars really look like. I'm coming
No, I'm
from
not saying you are,
position.
Jerry.
Okay.
I'm just saying use the right tool for the right job.
Right, but unless we've been there,
I can open a glass of beer with a £10 sledgehammer. I can open a bottle of beer with that. Not really the right tool for the job. This has got a particularly sharp corner, and I can kind of do that whole palming it off. But if I try and swing a sledgehammer to open a bottle of beer, I'm definitely going to open it, unless I miss. But probably not going to be able to drink it.
yeah,
So I'm going to use a bottle opener, aren't I? I'm going to use the right tool for the job.
right. I agree.
So that's again part of where I have a problem with this sort of route you're going down. Is you're right. If you use the wrong instruments, you're not going to get a good data set to be able to work from. And that's and I agree with you. That's the problem with those silly pictures people take out of focus of stars.
Okay, so let's say that the bottle was 433 light years away, and I come along and I say I could open that with a sledgehammer, and you say no, I could open it with a bottle opener. How are we ever going to see who's right? Unless
Well,
one
how
of
would
us
we know there's
goes
a
there.
bottle of beer out there that far?
What exactly?
You see, I can see a star. I can't see a bottle of beer at 433 light years.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
And I can get data from the stars, so I can get an idea of kind of some of the processes that are going on. I can look at that star over time, and I can see its changes. And I can see its sort of other things that move around it. Now we're starting to get the impression of planets around those stars.
Sure.
So when the James Webb goes up, mate, well, that's going to just something else for flat earthers to deny. But if we get the James Webb up and working, this time next year, we're going to have some pretty sexy shit going on.
Well, I don't doubt that they have most fantastic technology to keep people, interested in this fantasy that they call space.
Well, you claim it's a fantasy, but have no evidence to support your point. What I'm saying is I'm just looking at the data that's collected. I'm looking at my own personal observations of the night sky. Yeah, so that's not a fantasy. That's my own observations, the same as I look at the moon. And I can see the moon as a three-dimensional object. It's not a light in the sky. It has solidity to it. The same way as I can look at the top of the mountain through a telescope and I see the same kind of shit. Never been to the top of that mountain, never been to the fucking moon. But I get that same impression and I can view that. And it's not an unreasonable point. It's something that we can have pretty good confidence in.
I agree with everything that you said, except for my amount of confidence in what we see through these various lenses, and the amount of trust that you put in what whichever space agency is showing.
I put my trust into when data correlates together from different sources, when we have different methods all pointing towards a similar conclusion. That's what increases my confidence, Jerry.
But something like space or planets, they're so far away. You have no choice but to put your trust into people who say that they know.
No, I have no. I have only my own observations to go from as my foundation, and then I'm adding to it by other people's observations.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I have what my personal observations, I have other people's observations to add to it. That's pretty much how humanity works on any given topic, Jerry.
I agree. But something as elusive as the moon, or
It's not very
flat Earth.
elusive. It rises most nights, and if it's clear, it's pretty visible.
I'm talking about the distance and the
Well,
what
why
it
is
would
the
take to
distance
actually go there.
elusive?
Why? I can't go to the moon.
Well, why'd you have to go there to know its distance?
It's not about the distance. It's about where it is. It's up there.
Well, you said
I
we don't
throw
know how
something
far
at
away
it.
it is, and I then pointed out, well, we don't have to go to places to know how far away they are. Again,
Yeah,
I'll
you
take
got to
that
put your
mountain. I'll
trust
take
into
that
it.
example of the mountain again. Yeah, I can take multiple observations of that mountain, and I can gauge how far away it is.
Sure. And if you wanted to really check, you could get your ass up there.
Yeah, I'm a lazy fuck. That's good enough for me. It works on pretty much every other circumstance that I can think of. I've never seen an example where using triangulation correctly doesn't give you a good answer. The same with parallax. Why would I
Well,
doubt the system when the system has never shown to be an error?
well, how would you know?
Because there are other things that I've validated to that allow me to say yes. There are many examples that we've used. I mean, I did something when I was felling a tree. I wanted to work out to make sure I had enough space around that tree to fell it. I used triangulation to do it. And guess what? I was about 50 centimeters out in the height.
Right now, when you look at that tree through various different lenses, does it kind of shape shift and switch position and like
No,
double sometimes? And right,
no,
but that's what happens with stars and planets.
no,
Yeah, it does.
no, it doesn't. I mean, okay, I agree with you. If it was a foggy day and I was far enough away, that tree would be hard to see. Is that kind of what you're saying, Jerry?
I'm saying that with a tree, you could physically, check the height and the distance and all that. But with stars, all we have are
Well, we're just
lenses.
in the moon at the moment, Jerry. Let's shoot for the moon before we shoot for the stars, man.
The moon's different because that's pretty close, or
Pretty tangible, isn't it?
I wouldn't say tangible, but it's
Pretty solid looking.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it does look solid. I'll give you that.
Any reason to doubt that it's solid?
There are times I mean, I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times, where it appears like you could see through it. And, they say they chalk that up to, atmospheric effects.
Never seen that myself out of, 20, 30 plus years of observing the moon. Seriously.
Well, the reason why I say that is because the craters are like the shadows from them. They're friggin' blue in the like morning. You got blue shadows.
Yeah, Rayleigh criteria. Oh, sorry, Rayleigh scattering. I beg your pardon.
Right, that's what they say that is.
Yeah,
So
we see that through the coloration of our atmosphere. And guess what? When we're looking through that atmosphere, when the sunlight is coming through it, that's what we see. And these are all just kind of pushing away the problem from good observation. And that's that's kind of what I find funny about the way, and it's why you annoyed me, because I was making a really, really simple point of the fact you don't have to go somewhere to be able to know stuff about it.
Right, which goes back to the point about Bhutan. You need to place your trust in something. You choose to place your trust in these various space agencies, and I don't.
No, I deny that. I gave you what I give my trust into and what I build on.
Right, observation, and then corroboration with other people.
which we both agreed is generally how the world works.
Sure. But when it comes to stars, I don't think so.
So it's good for all other circumstances apart from stars. Anything else?
Not. It depends, man. But stars are a whole different ball game. Depends. Depends what what the observation is. But stars are pretty much top of the list.
But you're okay with planets then?
See, I would need to build my own telescope because I want to know that there's nothing programmed in these fancy telescopes where they could with the EQ mount you could program it to go exactly where it's going to
An
be,
EQ
and then
mount isn't something you program. It's just basically all you do is you set it to your latitude, and then it will help you follow the arc of the sky. That's all it
Right.
does. So when you move the telescope, it just means you're moving the telescope in the same arc that the sky moves in. That's all it does. But what it does show is that that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. That is a problem.
well, I'm just talking about the quality of the telescope and the
As I
amount
say,
of
I've got a
bells.
I've got a 250, 260 quid telescope.
All right,
It's nothing particularly special. It is a tube with a couple of bits of glasses in and a prism.
all right.
No programming there whatsoever.
Did you take it apart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've cleaned it a
All
number
right.
of times.
All right. Well.
And put it all back together again.
Okay. Well, look. If
The
that's what
advantage of a
you
Newtonian
see,
reflector, it allows you to do that.
all right. Well, if that's what you see, then I can't argue that. But if someone else is going to tell you, no, that's not really what you're seeing. This is really what you're seeing. I'm going to have to call bullshit.
Well, again, I mean, what we do
Yeah.
is we collect data. So we observe so much sunlight. We see, we see so much starlight. We see starlight that's covering these different frequencies of light. We see certain absorption layers within that light, which kind of refers to the kind of, chemicals that are being consumed in that star. The same way as we can do that exactly for the sun. And we notice subtle differentiations between the stars. We notice some stars get a bit brighter and then dim down and get brighter again. Some of them do them on a really regular process. It's all these different things, all this different data we're getting. And yeah, you're right. I agree. The further we go away from the Earth, the less certain we are about things. Don't have a problem with that. I think that's a fairly rational perspective. But to sort of hand wave everything away and say we know nothing, I think that's where I have an objection.
I wouldn't say that. It's like this whole thing about what light is also plays into it. And I know all the arguments for, we know what light is.
I'm not going to go there and say that. I'm just going to say that what we are pretty good at is observing shit using the instrumentation that gods gave us, and the tools that we've built to aid us. Whether that be a microscope, a telescope, a camera, a magnifying glass, whatever. We understand how to utilize the shit that's around. Now, understanding the fundamentals of something, I agree, that's always a bit problematic. And I always jump back to, for tens of thousands of years, probably hundreds of thousands of years, we used fire and we had fuck all idea what the process that sits behind it. Yet we made incredible objects. We smelted metal. We cooked our food. We created pottery. And we understood how to manipulate it, even though we didn't understand its basic properties. It's what we do with light, mate.
Yeah. But it's all still through the lens of something else, not through your eyes.
Well, your eyes are a lens.
Well,
if your eyes didn't have lenses, you wouldn't see shit. Well, you'd see light and dark, but that's about it.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm saying the more that something is interpreted through, like, the more layers that quote unquote light has to go to reach your eye, the less certain you could be about what the hell it is you're actually looking at. That's my position as far as that.
So if we write something really, 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 really small, which we have the capability of doing, and then we use a microscope to read it, and then we actually read what someone has told us they've written, is that not a fairly good co-witness to the fact that, microscopes seem to be pretty effective and do what they do?
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
And, if something's a long way away, and, we can then use an optic to say, gosh, you've hit the target, but you're at, 6 o'clock towards the bottom, even though it's like maybe 1,000 yards away.
Where is this target?
On the Earth.
Yeah, that's fine. That's reasonably okay.
So when do these lenses become a problem then? It's not lying to me there. It's not lying to me when I use the microscope, Jerry.
I'm talking about stars.
Why do you think it suddenly lies to us when we're looking at stars? We're using exactly the same instrument that we're using to spot that target, 1,000 yards away. We're just pointing it at an object that's further away and it's a bit more powerful.
Because like I said, there's, every time you look at something, every time you look at a star with various different instruments, you're going to get little variation. As far as, where it is, what it looks like, they could appear double. You know what I'm saying? It'll get dimmer or brighter. Like these stars are just, they're a complete mystery.
Well, no, we use the same instrument to observe stars over a period of time. And, that's where you get consistency. And then you may have 2 or 3 different instruments all looking at that star at the same time. In fact, most telescopes are a multitude of instruments in one. When you're talking about observatories.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the Greenwich Observatory in Las Palmas, and that's a multi-instrument device because they're trying to capture as much data as they can from each viewing, because that data helps interpret what's out there.
Yeah, but they're never going to go there.
So what? And they're going to go to the top of that mountain.
Some people, like that guy that you were talking about, that really,
Abraham, yeah,
right. Yeah, he's been everywhere.
No, it's not been everywhere. He's been to quite a few places. He's been to the North Pole and he's been to the South Pole, and he's climbed pretty much most of the highest. Well, he's climbed the highest mountain on every single continent.
Right.
And he's a bit of an explorer and a bit of an eccentric. He's actually a really nice guy. I was lucky enough to be sat at a table with him during lunch for about an hour and a half. We chatted about various things. And one of the things I was interested in is where ice cover, was the ice different in the North Pole to the South Pole, considering, the North Pole is kind of over water, where the South Pole is over land. And we had quite a good discussion around that.
Well, good. I just wanted to make sure that that everything was cleared up, and you don't think I'm a troll.
No, I don't, and that was probably me being hyperbolic, to be fair, John. I just find that quite often you, rather than deal with the question head on, you'll just go and ask another question, and that I think is not an honest way to interlock with someone that you're having a discussion with. Quid pro quo.
Do you feel like I didn't answer anything honestly?
Oh no, but this was a good discussion. When you were in text, yeah, you were just running away from shit.
All right, man.
Was
Cool.
was my opinion. Let me phrase it that way.
All right. Well, if anyone else wants to jump in, go ahead. Jeremy got a mod role in Gems, so I see he's been spending a lot more time over there, enjoying his
Oh, no one's in here. I check in the morning. If no one's here, I I shoot over there.
Where's the toxic sheep dip? CB came in today. He reminded me of why I don't go there anymore.
Yeah, it was a zoo in there. It was a zoo.
Yeah, Jeremy, remember how chemo was being a little bit ago, dude?
Yeah, that's I heard that.
Yeah, dude, he's incorrigible.
Bro, you're second in command over there. What are you gonna do?
No, he's not second in command.
He's second in command. Him and Jim are like peanut butter and jelly.
Like butt plugs and
butts.
Well, you may say that, Jeremy, but I didn't because I obey the server rules.
But what do butt plugs go with? Peanut butter is the jelly. His butt plug is the butt. Hey, what are you doing? Where'd all these crumbs come from? Oh shit!
To have young kids again. Yeah, chemo probably the only person I ever wanted to introduce to a grater. How are you tonight, Kosho? Well,
So what?
Said, how are you this afternoon, Kosho?
I'm gonna get just trying to set up something. Oh, second.
What are you setting up? You mumbled.
I'm trying to set something up. Hold on.
Are you enjoying the mod rolls at Gems?
Mate, it's a fucking hassle. Being a mod anywhere is a hassle. We shouldn't even need mod. We could just converse.
The only reason Chemo has powers like that, dude, is because he's a flat earther. And if you could have stood up to him right then he would have actually done something, dude.
I couldn't get a word in edgewise.
I was trying
Plus,
to.
Chemo
He
second
was
in
being
command,
crazy,
dude.
dude.
Chemo second in command, bro. What are you gonna do?
It's up to you, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, if Jem let all the Corona talk go,
No,
right?
dude, had you noticed Jem wasn't there? That's why he was
No, but
acting like
I'm
that.
saying Jem normally lets all the Corona talk. He doesn't care. You can pretty much say anything in there, right?
No, dude, dude. Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Chemo can't go in there and fucking talk over everybody, dude, and then kick people from the room and do all type of shit. That's not cool, dude. It's just, people were leaving, dude, because he was doing that.
Authority that is not exercised is no authority.
Hey, Trust, do you know how to set up in my BIOS? Do you know how to make it set up USB?
You want to boot from USB drive?
Yeah.
Okay. What processor are you running? Because that'll tell me the chipset series.
I'm using fucking guess, dude. I'm using a Dell Latitude laptop.
Okay, so that'll be an Intel, unless it's a particularly weird one. So what you should be able to do is then go into BIOS, go to boot devices.
Hold on, I gotta go to my BIOS menu. Hold on.
Give me the model number of the Dell, I'll tell you if you can boot from USB from it. And that'll probably save us a bit of time. I'd be surprised if we can't.
It's E6430. Boot options right now. Wait, hold on. I think it's letting me do. Okay, I see it in here now. Well, hold on. There's gonna be two options. One says verbatim store and go. I think that's my thumb drive.
Yeah, verbatim is a manufacturer of thumb drives and also old writable DVDs and CDs.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah, so enable Thunderbolt boot support, enable external USB port, enable, you can definitely boot from USB. Enable USB boot support, and then you just select your order of devices.
Just give me the option, but now it's acting funky. So hold on. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. It's loading up. Okay, cool.
Thank you, mate.
Setting up Linux on this laptop.
No, sweet. Did you build your USB to be a bootable USB device?
Yeah, I did all that stuff. It looks like it's starting
chunking
up.
away.
After I set it up, though, I don't have to use this USB anymore, right?
Yeah, after you set it up, basically you just go into BIOS and then you put your C drive as your primary boot device.
Oh, fine. Yeah, thanks. Let me.
That's all right.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I sorted it out.
I think you were pretty much there, mate.
Yeah, but I was having trouble up until now. It wasn't until I formatted that thumb drive that it was running smoothly. I was just worried it wasn't going to run smoothly.
No, normally I use a USB. I use a tool to build a bootable USB device. So there's a number of them. Yeah.
He's a Rufus, and they're called Rufus.
Yeah, that's good. Also saying it can be a bit twitchy booting from a USB-C device.
You use Linux?
Yeah, I've got a build of Mint and Puppy and Ubuntu. I tend to play with various testing things. Tend to run them on VMs, to be honest, nowadays.
I went ahead and just start up my whole OS like this. So.
Which distro are you using?
Ubuntu.
Yeah, it's pretty plug and play. You don't have to do much in the command line.
Yeah, well, I never had a setup before, so they said it's good for a first setup.
Yeah, just basically it'll install itself. You tell it where you are, give it a time zone, put in a password, then just go and update the drivers. There's a lot of YouTube, which is what I do because I don't use Linux that much. There's some good little YouTube tutorials about, setting up Ubuntu sort of after first boot. So you want to do things like update your drivers and stuff like that, which it does pretty much automatically.
What's up with the other builds?
No, nothing. That's just that they're all slightly different.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, what's like the advantages of not using Ubuntu, I guess?
Well, Ubuntu's quite nice. I like Mint. What's the one I just built? I built a new one recently.
What's the advantage to using Linux?
It's a bit quicker. People seem to think it's a bit more secure, though I'd argue that. Yeah, it's free. It's probably the biggest one. And it's not Microsoft, because a lot of people just hate Microsoft.
Say the last part?
It's not Microsoft.
Yeah, I heard that it's like just customizable stuff.
It's as customizable as Windows is, or I mean, technically it's more because you can literally create your own graphical user interface. So what you are getting is Ubuntu, and then on top of Ubuntu is Ubuntu's GUI, which I think is GNOME based. And then people will create their own GUIs and their own applets and objects. And the major difference is that within Windows, everything runs through processes, which are things that are started up when the machine boots, and all have different IDs to say how they're going to run and what order they're going to run in and what their priority for access to resources is. Where Linux tends to be a bit more flat form, so it runs off scripts, which are called daemons. So everything is kind of script based in Linux rather than based on what's called a DLL, or delimited local library, which I just got that acronym wrong.
Okay, at the
It's
beginning,
yeah.
I'm trying to. It says wireless, so let me connect to the Wi-Fi, but my Wi-Fi is not showing up. It just says Intel Corporation is the only one.
Don't set wireless up later, mate. You don't need to do it now.
Did what?
So once it's installed, then set it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Get your OS in first, and then work from there. The only nice thing about doing the internet connection now is it'll just update your drivers for things like the graphics card and stuff if you had one. But you're running off an Intel graphics chipset anyway, which it should just recognize out of the box. The other main advantage with Linux is it tends to take less resources, so less memory, less processing power, just to run the OS. If you need to, do you have an Ethernet cable you can plug into your router?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. So that's the worst way. If you haven't got the graphics, if you haven't got the drivers for the wireless, then you can update that way.
Okay, that works.
What you going to do with it?
I just need to have I need to have like a portable computer. So, because I've been my girlfriend so let me bring my computer to her house. So.
One thing I do like about Linux is it's much friendlier for playing things like Blu-rays and stuff like that. It's the main reason I use my Linux.
So play Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I also use it as a KVM, so I use it as a remote terminal into different PCs got around the house.
Yeah, okay.
Terminal services.
Do you find,
because I'm sorry.
Do you find the terminal to be like is more useful to use, or do you think like this Ubuntu, this like already like a setup already is easier? Like, do you feel like it's you have more control with like the terminal?
No, it's not really that. It's the fact that it means that I can use applets in pretty much any operating system I'm running, including Windows 10 Home Edition, and I can still remote into it. Whereas Windows 10 Home won't let you remote into shit. So to get around the fact that I'm a tight ass and I can't be bothered to go and reinstall my computer with a pro version, I installed Linux to do that. So I can run Linux from a virtual machine, and then I can remote control the PC up here, the one that's the media center downstairs that runs my TV. If I need to remote into my kid's PC, I can do that. And whether they're here or whether they're at mum's house. So it's a good little support tool.
I'm just happy I'm finally in this computer because it was password protected for a long time. I bought this from my friend. My friend is kind of like a shady guy, but he's got good stuff. He's got good.
Make sure it hasn't got an asset label sitting on it anywhere.
Acid label.
Asset, ASSET.
Oh, why? Where would that be?
It means that if a company's got any common sense, normally what they do is they create a device, if it's a corporate device, as an asset. And one of the things they'll record is the MAC address of that device. So if it suddenly appears on the internet, then it's a way of tracking and tracing who the naughty person that's nicked their stuff is.
Well, I mean, I'll just say I bought it for someone. Say goodbye for searching.
I don't think you knowingly have to handle stolen goods to be done for handling stolen goods, so be careful depending what state you're in, mate.
Yeah. Plausible deniability. Anyway, it says, say goodbye to searching the web for new software with access to the Snap Store. The Ubuntu software archive, you can find and install new apps with ease.
Yeah,
So
it's really, really easy. It's pretty much the same as Android in the way that works.
So you can just search for whatever you want and just download it?
Yeah.
Usually free.
Open source, baby. So the same way as when you downloaded Ubuntu, you could, download it for free, or you could give a donation, or you could take a supported version.
What about like apps that you have to pay for? Like, can you get those for free?
No.
Oh.
Most apps though that you're going to need are going to be free. So if you want to do something like Play Media VLC player's free. If you want to do photo editing, then GIMP's free. Video editing, a little trickier. There are some free stuff out there, but it's not particularly good.
DaVinci Resolve or whatever.
Yeah, so it's what's called open source or community generated applications. And the idea is that if you're a corporate entity, you want to have support for those applications, so you tend to pay for that support because it's worth it. But if you're a home user, then you don't generally pay for much of anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so it's the way Microsoft should have done their stuff. I mean, if I was running Microsoft, I would have given away, well, they pretty much do now, but I would have given away, Microsoft Office to every home user on Earth.
Maybe you gotta jump through hoops and shit. What about Windows 11? Did you get Windows 11 already?
No, not yet. I can't be asked to turn TPM on and enable BitLocker because that's just extra shit I don't need. So I'll wait for a bit. What really fucks me off is I've got a 1,500 quid's worth of laptop, which isn't a supported processor at the moment, even though it's less than 2 years old. That really fucked me off.
What's the biggest like a downside to using Linux?
It's more complicated.
So you just got to get used to shit.
Yeah, it's a different interface. It's a different UI. You need to maybe sometimes use a little bit of command line to do stuff. But again, there are so many tutorials on the internet, on YouTube around this. There's such a good community that pretty much you can find what you want without too much effort. If I can kick off things like a software update from a command line by using what's called a sudo command, or I can go now through with things like Ubuntu, which makes it kind of cool. I can just go to software update and then it'll go and update all my software.
Really? You don't have to search for anything?
No, just does it for you.
But Ubuntu's pretty. It's pretty handy, huh?
Yeah. I mean, Ubuntu, Mint, Puppy, they're all pretty much the same in how they work from that point of view. What they've tried to do is recreate a very Windows-esque experience within their operating system to try and attract people over. But what it does allow you to do is use much more shit kit and keep it running for longer. So I've got a laptop that's probably 20 years old, and that kind of runs, well, it's not even in a laptop anymore. it's a motherboard with a little LCD screen connected to it, and that kind of runs my media center downstairs. So even though my telly will run Netflix and Amazon and a few other apps, it's slow as shit. So I use that, and it's much quicker. I've got a little home keyboard down there. Then I've got a storage box that's connected to that, and that has most of my sort of DVDs and videos that I've ripped from DVD or Blu-ray.
So it'll run quicker than otherwise Windows.
Yeah, because it takes less shit to do what it does. So if I look at my my main Windows box I'm running at the moment, so at the moment I am consuming. Let's go to the one performance. There we go. So at the moment, just running a couple of internet browser windows and Discord, I'm using nearly 7 gigs worth of memory out of 32. So I'm using about 20% of my memory to do fuck all. And even if I switched all of this off, it's still going to have about 4 gigs loaded in memory. Linux is probably taking, hundreds of meg, if that.
So why do you use Windows still then?
Because I know it better. I can fault find on it much better.
You do what?
I understand the operating system much better than I do Linux. So for me to fix a problem on my PC is much easier. The other thing as well is it takes full advantage of the number of cores that I have.
Like I do like coding, obviously, and you gotta like install different, IDEs or whatever. Is so like the path, how you gotta like install things to the path and all that kind of stuff. Does it work the same way on Linux?
Yeah.
Oh.
And in fact, nowadays, I mean, before you used to have to set up sort of 3 different drives. So you'd have your main drive, then you'd have your ext, and then there was a third type as well. Now they basically just pretty much do the whole thing in almost like an NTFS type format. But again, you have a path, but it's not quite done in the same way as Windows. My other thing is I understand DOS quite well. So again, that means that a lot of the command line I know all the command line that I need to know on Windows, whereas I have to go and look it up when I'm doing something on Linux because I don't use it often.
So the command line is way different.
Yeah. So, for instance, if you're in DOS, you do CD to change directory, or drive letter colon to change the drive letter that you're looking at. Where I think it's LD on Linux.
I guess it's just getting used to. No,
It is.
CD.
It's just
It says CD Linux commands. CD. It looks like it is there. Hold on. What were you saying it was? LS?
LS. Yeah.
That's because that. I think I know that's in Windows, but it's like list, and it's a list here too. But maybe this is wrong. Maybe this is just. Let me see. Maybe is Ubuntu maybe a different command line than regular Linux?
Well, no. If I was doing I shouldn't do this. So I've been doing a whole lot of Cisco recently. Yeah, so if I want to do it in DOS, it's dir to give me the contents of a directory.
Yeah.
Where LS isn't recognized at all.
Oh, well, dir and ls. I mean, I know dir in Windows is like for the like the.
Yeah, it gives you the directory contents.
Yeah, but so does ls though, doesn't it?
No.
This is boring as fuck. I'm sorry. Tell me what you guys think about this, though. We set up a string of lights.
Yeah, I heard about this, man. I heard about this. I thought it was good.
You like that one?
Yeah. No, just kidding, you fucking doofus. No, I'm just kidding. I did actually like it.
Do you like it or no?
The answer is yes, dude. But you understand that there's still issues because of refraction, of course. But I think that you'll still see a difference, right? Especially somebody said put them on top of each other. I think you should put them side by side. Put them side by side.
What?
Yeah.
Jeremy, can you explain it? I want to know what.
Side by side. That doesn't even make sense. And you got to get twice as far away. You nutcase, psycho.
Side by side, dude. Same distance. But tell fucking Andy.
Okay, here's what we got.
They should both be eye level, dude. But go ahead and tell Andy.
Go, sure, you're spiraling. Relax. Here's what we got, Andy. We set a string of lights up, right? Like, it doesn't even have to be a string of lights. It can just be lights on a post. But we make a line of lights that's level with water level, right? For like 3 miles, let's say. Then you make another string of lights on top of it. You make it be like a cord hanging in the air. So you'd have it 8 inches per mile squared going up as it goes along. You know, so that'd be so according to the globe math, that's a straight line. Then we get an orthographic side on, right angle, fucking perpendicular view, whatever you want to say, of these lights in one frame, all of them. Yeah, it's funny, huh? It's funny, huh? You think that's funny? Hold on.
Nobody in here thinks it's fucking funny, dude.
He's talking to his kid.
I'm fucking with him.
I don't see what Jeremy is trying to do.
Listen, dude, check this out, man. You have the lights set up, and what you do is you set up one set of lights, red lights, okay, and they're whatever distance apart, and you do it for whatever distance. Let's say 10 kilometers, and you set them up a half a kilometer apart. Let's just say, and they're red lights. What you do is you set them up so that they're all. You do this on a canal. You know they're not going to do it on a canal. You do it on a canal or water level, and you set them up so they're all 4 feet above the water, above the canal. They're so they're the same distance above the water level. So they're matching the level, and they're going in a straight line for 10 kilometers. Not in a straight line. They're going in a level line for 10 kilometers. Okay, and then what they want to do is put another set of lights, blue lights, on top of that. I say put them on the side. So let's just say put them side by side. So now you have these blue lights that you put next to these ones, and you start the first one off exactly right next to the first red line. Except for instead of making them all level, when you basically set it up so it matches the curvature of the Earth in the opposite direction. So when you get to the next one, it should be 8 inches higher than the second light that you had. And then the next light, it should be 32 inches higher. A mile away, it should be 32 inches higher than the other one. And what you are looking for is you're going to look at both those lines straight on. And the red line should be straight if the Earth is flat. If it's curved, it won't be straight. However, the blue line should be curved if the Earth is flat, and that one should be straight if it's a globe. So that's their test.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Well, the 10 miles is, it seems a long distance and this, that, and all that, but that's their thing.
I mean, at that point, you're still just seeing like a point of light. I feel like you'd need a lot more than just like 20 lights to be able to actually. I mean, not really, but I mean, we already have fucking pictures where you can see the curvature, so I don't see how this would help.
It would help.
They don't believe in those.
You know, normally you say we can't see the curve of Earth from left to right because it's the refraction is pulling it up symmetrically on both sides, making it appear flat. When we make our top row of lights, I don't know, Kosho fucked it all up. The bottom row is a level row of lights, water level. Then above that, you make a row. Hey, no. I'll be back.
Here's the other thing. They're not really, they're not on par with us when it comes to thinking. And so what they want to do is they want to look at it straight on, which is the smart way to do it. But they also want to look at it sideways or orthogonically or whatever it's called, because they think that they're going to see something like that. For what that's worth, I mean, just go ahead and do that too. But I think looking straight on is going to be where you're going to get your conclusion, not looking sideways. So for the other one, you're basically, I guess you're not, you're getting, for the other one, you would be, what's, okay, so for the other one, I guess, let's say you're just doing it for 3 miles instead of 10 kilometers like they want to. You have one setup level for 3 miles, and then the other one you'd have set up so that the first one starts 6 feet above the, it starts 6 feet above the red level line, and then after just 1 mile later, it's no, that's not right. Yeah, no, it is right.
8 inches higher.
Well, no, but it's not 8 inches higher. It would be. Hold on.
Yes, 1 mile down the line, it's 8 inches higher. 2 miles down the line, it's 32 inches higher. And 3 miles down the line, it's 70. And you have them all accordingly in between. Hold on.
Doesn't make sense anymore, dude. Wait, yeah, it does. Hold on. I was doing it backwards. Yeah, he's right. I was making the picture while I was saying it. But yeah, you're right. So forget about the 6 feet. You start off 8 inches higher after 1 mile, then 32, then 72.
Yeah, and the point is now this line, this supposedly straight line that we've made, according to the globe, if you get on an orthographic side-on view, right-angle view to it, you know, you go to the middle of the line and basically just walk backwards until you can snap a picture of the whole thing. Then you go home, load that shit in Photoshop or whatever, paint, draw a straight line against the line, and you'll be able to see if the line's curving or straight.
Dude, that's the retarded part.
Why?
There's no point in doing the orthographic part.
Well, then what are we gonna do with the lights?
You look at him straight on, dude.
What are you, some kind of sick maniac?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what you do, dude. You don't look at them.
You are insane today.
Dude, why do you think that looking at them orthographically or whatever is going to glean anything?
Well, because the line's either going to be straight or curving when you look at it side on, right?
It's not going to be discernible, dude. It's going to
What
be
do you
much more
mean?
discernible, dude. If it's going to be discernible in any direction, it's going to be discernible when you're looking at it straight on. If it's gonna
And
be
sideways. Listen,
no.
if you have a 2x4 or a pool stick and you look at it head on, you can see if it's curving. Yes. If you look at it side on, you'll also be able to see if it's curving. Maybe it might not be as prominent, but it'll be there.
Exactly. It's not going to be as prominent.
It's going to
be
be
much
there.
harder. And if you're going to see it at all, it's going to be straight on. If you see it straight on, you might see it also sideways. If you see it sideways, you're definitely going to see it straight on. Conclusion is you should definitely do it straight on. And of course,
no need. There's no need. We already know about the optical drop that happens. There's no need to do it head on. You got to do it sideways, orthographically, because that'll really tell us. Now you're saying we're not going to be able to see it. How long does the line need to be before we can tell if this thing's curving or not?
The point is, if you are going to see it looking sideways, then you're going to be definitely good to go looking at it straight on.
That's fine. How long does the line need to be before it's prominent sideways?
I have a long ways.
How many? 5 miles?
No.
We can go pretty far. No, not 5 miles.
Yeah, dude, a long ways.
How many ways? 10 miles?
I don't know. You're not going to see anything, dude. I don't understand. Like you're not going to see anything. You're going to see two lights. One of them is following the Earth, and one of them is for some reason doing some weird shit. That's what's going to look like from the side.
It's doing a straight line because that's how we designed it. What do you mean doing some weird shit? Well, it should be a straight line according to you guys.
Yeah, but doesn't the horizon already look like a straight line whenever you're looking at it?
Yes, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. You guys say that's because it's going on a ball or whatever. Here we actually have a straight line. Like it's an actual straight line. So we'll be able to tell the difference. Also, the curve is happening on both sides symmetrically of your level curved. However, on this straight line, there's no symmetry. It's not symmetrical. 1, 2. On this straight line we made above the level curve, I said yes. It's not symmetrical at all because of the way we have it curving. You started at one side, so there's no symmetry to this at all.
Yeah, you're right. There's no symmetry, but I'm saying when you look at the horizon, it looks straight. Just by you're looking at it. Then when you're looking at the red.
Well, according to us, there's no symmetry. According to you guys, it is symmetrical because it's a straight line. But according to us, it's not. It's not because it's just curving up crazy.
Jeremy, look at your DMs.
Wait, what'd you send him?
I sent him a DM because I can't post pictures in the chat.
You should give him the ability to post pictures, man.
I don't know how to do picture approval. What is that, Andy?
That is how long it takes for the lines to diverge. The blue line would be your blue lights. The red line is your red lights. That scale is in miles. So see how long it takes for them to be visually divergent.
Well, they'd be diverging instantly after the first light.
But you wouldn't to be able to see the curvature. You need a huge, long ass not just a few miles or 10 miles or 20 miles. You need like 50, 60, 70 miles.
So in order to look at a straight line or a curved line from side on, you need to have a 70-mile line before you can see if it's curved. Because I can paint a line on a wall that's curving, and we can see that.
If you want to see the curve and be able to actually see it with your eyes, that's how
Well,
far
we can
away.
measure it. We can measure it, and we can put it in a computer. Start counting pixels and shit, right? Is there going to be pixels? Like, is there not going to be even one pixel between the last set of lights that are 6 feet apart?
At 20 miles, there might be a pixel.
No, that's why we're not going to be 20 miles away. Well, how far away do you need to? Okay, let's say we have a 3 mile long strip of lights. How far away do I got to get from the middle point in order to be able to snap the whole thing in one picture?
And actually be able to tell the difference between how high the lights are? Pretty fucking far. Like, pretty.
What do you mean?
Like, if you want the whole line of lights, you're not going to see, like, you're not going to be able to see shit.
I want to be able to get the first light and the last light in one picture on either end. Like, how far away do you got to get?
You'll be able to see the line, but you won't be able to tell that it's fucking curving because of how big the fucking Earth is. It's the same thing, like, just because...
Well, on the level one, sure. On the one we're going to do above it, though, that should be obvious and measurable in some kind of paint or Photoshop or something.
If you could see 200, I mean, if you could see 20 miles left to right, then the lines will start in one place, and at the other end they'll be 266 feet apart. But you're like I'm saying, you're not these two lines. I don't know. It's kind of confusing, like how they're going to appear to you.
Your angular resolution would still be too small. It would look like the lines are touching each other at 3 miles. If you have
we're going to make sure we're going to make sure the lines are separated far enough to compensate for the Rayleigh criteria and stuff. So I think maybe you might have to start your second row, like 6, 7, 8 feet above the first one, so that there's an appreciable, that there's they don't merge into one, essentially.
What's your field of view from left to right?
I don't know what kind of camera we're using. We need some kind of rectilinear.
How about your eyes, real quick?
Well, we need to use 135.
I'm going to use 120.
Not for me, but for most people, it's 135, and then I think it's 180 up and down.
Yeah, for you, it's like
20. Or is it 180 left to right and 135 up to down?
I think it's like that. Yeah, no, it's 180 up and down. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Hold on.
No, just do it with a rectilinear lens. We can't do it by eyesight. We need to get this. Is something we're going to need to get home.
I'm not doing that. I'm doing something else. Hold on.
This is something we're going to need to get home, load it up in the computer, and draw a straight line so we can see. Oh yeah, there's 2 pixels here and one there or something.
I'm trying to figure out how far you have to be for the circumference to be 60 miles. That's
Come here, kiddo. You want some Oreos? What do you say? Well, Oreo cookies.
9.5 miles away. So at 9.5 miles away, you'll have a horizon that's 20 miles left to right.
I mean, this is a way where we could, according to you guys, get a straight line. So we're gonna back away get a side view of this to see if we can see a straight line.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm telling you. I don't know why. Like, you can look at it left to right if you want to, dude, and waste your time. But what you really want to do is look at it straight on. I'm not sure what. I don't know what you're going to get information you're going to give it. Looking at it,
would be more obvious straight on. He's right.
Yes, but we know what happens straight on. We know that there's this apparent optical drop that's not actually there. That's why we need it. That's why looking at it from.
No, you're assuming it's not actually there.
Yes, we're assuming it's not. Yes, we want to check to make sure it actually is. So that's why we're looking at it from left to right.
If you look at it straight on, dude, and you see that there's 2 lines you're looking at, and one of the lines is completely like you're looking at it straight on, and all the lines all the lights line up until it looks like one light you're looking at, and the other one is obviously curving, that's going to be a big distinction, dude. And it's going to be doing that on both models. So either model,
No,
one of them's going
Kosho,
to be looking straight, and one of them's going
no.
to be looking curved. And
The problem
depending
is
on
there's
which one
still
looks straight,
refraction,
which one looks
Kosho.
curved, is going to determine what surface you're on. There's going to be an obvious distinction between the one that looks straight, because all the lights will be lined up, and the one that looks curved. Even if there's a little bit of refraction, it'll still be pretty close to looking straight. The other one will look completely curved. Won't be straight. And if the one that's level with the water is straight, then it's flat. If the one that you've purposely made not to be straight is straight, then it's definitely a globe.
Listen, we're gonna make your string of. You guys always resort to this. We're gonna make a string of lights doing just what you said and look straight down them. Except we're gonna do it to the oil rigs. Okay, and then what's it gonna look like?
But you can make a lights looking down the oil rig.
Yeah, we're gonna put lights just like we just said, down to the oil rig from the beach. Is it gonna look like a straight? Is it gonna look like a straight line?
Well, if you're looking, that's why I said they have to all both be eye level. You want to make them both eye level, because if they're both eye level, then it should look like a straight line. But if they're below you, then they're gonna look like they're going upwards. And if they're above you, they're gonna look like they're going downwards. So I think you gotta make them eye level. If you make them eye level, then the one that's following the curve of the Earth, or following the
Dude, we're not doing it head on. Like we're not. If that's it, then there's nothing to even talk about, because we're not doing it head on. We know what happens when you look at shit head on. There's this apparent optical drop that we see. There's no point. If we look at it from a side on view, the whole line will be dropping together, essentially.
Well, you might as well do it both ways, dude, so that you can see that one of the ways
There's
works.
literally no point in doing it head on. We already know.
That's where you're gonna glean an answer. So wait, so you're saying that there's obviously optical drop. I'm telling you that if you do it like that, you have two lights. They're both eye level. One's gonna be curved and one's gonna be straight. Okay, and depending on which one is curved and which one is straight, that's gonna determine the flat Earth. If the one that you made to go 8 inches per mile squared is looking like it's straight, there's no optical phenomena that would have caused that.
Kosho, listen. We're gonna do it at the Black Swan. We're gonna make the string of lights just like you said. We're gonna look down it when we can see the oil rig. It's gonna look like the line's curving up. Is it a flat Earth now? This is ridiculous what you're saying. We're not looking straight on at it. Forget about it. There's no point.
I'm telling you, dude. If you make them eye level and you make them straight on.
Okay, we're gonna do that at the Black Swan site when we can see the second oil rig. It's gonna look like the lines are curving up. It's gonna tell us the Earth's flat.
Not necessarily.
What? Bro, the lines are gonna be going up. Obviously, they have to be in your mind.
If you're looking,
even if it's a globe, with refraction working the way you say, and we do the light thing out to the Black Swan, the light's gonna be curving up if we look at it head on when we can see the second oil rig.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the eye level and you're looking at it and you're just seeing further, but it's not going to make it look like it's curving upwards. It's gonna if the entire thing's eye level and the water's level, it's gonna look like you can only see one small thing of lights. I mean, even if refraction causes anything, it's going to be still obvious. It'll be an obvious straight line with a slightly, like it looks slightly messed up or something. Whereas the other one's going to look obviously curved, like Soundly's pictures of Lake Pontchartrain. Honestly, I think you have to make it longer. When you look at Lake,
whatever we do with one, not looking at it head on. I'll tell you right now, it's pointless.
So yeah, when you look at Lake Pontchartrain sideways, what do you see?
Okay, is Lake Pontchartrain a curve following Earth, or is it a fucking straight line that was artificially made against the globe map?
Is it curve
It's not even comparable. We're not trying to. that bottom line is not even necessary. The bottom row of lights that I want to make, it's not even necessary. I don't even know why we're doing it. It's all about what the top row looks like.
All right, man. I'm telling you though, dude, you're gonna want to do it both ways. That way, because you're gonna see something you didn't expect to see, man.
Yeah, we'll look down at head on, okay? But that ain't gonna tell us jack shit though. If
I
it
got
makes you
news for you,
happy
dude.
though, we'll look head on.
I got news for you, dude. Andy was right. If you're looking out and at 20 miles of curvature, you have 266 feet of drop. You're gonna have to be 9 miles away from the horizon in order to see 20 miles left to right. So given these parameters, and then that's where the lights are, is 9 miles away. That's way below the angular. That 266 feet is below the angular resolution of the eye, unfortunately.
What 266 feet?
I might have done this wrong. Hold on. What did you say? Give me 1 second.
Angular resolution. We're gonna have bright lights, dude. The lights will be however many lumens they need to be.
That doesn't matter though. The angular
We're gonna be able to see the lights.
Yeah, seeing the lights is one thing. Seeing the gap between the lights is another.
Bro, the gap doesn't matter. Fuck the bottom line. We're not even putting the bottom line in there. That bottom line is not fucking necessary. Okay? It's all about if this top line is curving or straight.
Yeah, but what are you going to do when the top line looks like it's following the curve, the same as if it were the other line? Those two lines are going to be indistinguishable.
Why? We'll put them 20 feet above the other line. What's the Rayleigh criteria? Whatever the Rayleigh criteria math says or whatever, we'll make them that far apart. It's not difficult.
Man.
We'll be able to see between them. I think Zanuck last night said they had to be the first light had to be 6 feet apart, and then you go up from there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And you're good.
The first one has to be
It's
6
fine.
feet apart. Yeah, but
fine.
No, but I'm telling you, dude. I want to talk to Zanuck whenever he comes in next time. Why is my laptop not rebooting?
I mean, I don't even like this one to start with because it's optical, first of all, and I know a lot of heads don't like this shit. I think this would be a way though where you couldn't use refraction. Like, if we make the straight line on your according to your globe math, we make that top line straight, and it looks like it's curving crazy to us. You can't talk your way out of that with refraction. You're right. You feel me? If that line's curving crazy up on one side and it's not symmetrical at all, could you use refraction to get out of this?
No, but I don't think you'd not be able to see that. I'm telling you, it's not so you can see.
You're telling me if this line was curving, we wouldn't be able to tell if it was curving if we snapped a picture of it, load it up into Photoshop, draw a straight line next to that line. We wouldn't be able to tell if that line's following the straight line we just drew or is deviating from it.
If you make that line curve following the curvature of the Earth, you're not going to be able to tell that.
No, we're making the line straight.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're doing 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, up from the. It's basically we're making a tangent line.
Yeah. You're trying to make a tangent line. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not curving with Earth. It's supposed to be a straight line according to you guys.
Yeah, but from the distance that you're going to be looking at it, you're not going to be able to see it.
So if I have a curved line out in the distance, and I take a picture of this curved line, and then I bring it home, put it in a Photoshop, draw a straight line next to that line we just took a picture of, I won't be able to tell if it's deviating from the line or staying with the line the whole way. That's what you're saying.
I guess I'd have to see the optics, but it says it's 0.003 degrees angular size.
What is?
266 feet.
What is 0.003?
266 feet from 20 miles or from 9 miles.
For what? What are these numbers you're giving me?
If you had a 20 mile, this 20 mile lights, and it was 8 inches per mile squared, at the one end it would be 6 feet above the thing, and the other end it would be, that 20 squared times 8. And then you'd have to add 6 feet to that. And yeah, so that's actually 272. Anyways, and you'd have to be 9 miles away to be able to see 20 miles in front of you. So at that distance, the angular resolution of 272 foot gap would be 0.003 degrees.
All right, listen, there's not going to be a gap. There's only one row of lights now. Like I said, forget the bottom row of lights. We only need this top row. The top row is the tell-all, be-all. So don't worry about the angular resolution of the distance between the lights, because now there's only one row of lights. Are you happy?
There's one row of lights, but you're looking for the gap between that and the water.
No, we're not. Nope. No. This has nothing to do with, nothing else matters in the picture we're going to snap. Nothing matters but the lights. All we're going to do is draw a line. Yeah, we're going to get it home, load it up, draw a straight line next to the row of lights, bro. What the fuck, Kosho?
I'm telling you, because it's all the same, dude, but we'll go ahead and we'll see. I think if you can zoom in, maybe you'll be able to see something, but I don't think so.
No, there's no zooming in. There's no zooming in. You don't need to zoom in.
I want to talk to Zanuck. I want to see why it made sense to him.
Because it makes sense to him because the line that's straight is either when we get it home and put it in the MS Paint or something or Photoshop, that top row of lights is either going to look straight or curving. Because if it's flat, if the Earth is flat, that line that we make, the top row is going to be curving. If the Earth is a sphere, that top row is going to be a straight line.
You're not going to zoom in. How many pixels do you think 0.003 degrees is? I'm going to do angular size to pixel converter. Hold on.
Yeah, Zanuck agreed with this last night because it was reasonable. Because one of the lines are going to be straight and one's going to be curving, right? And on either model, so
Hold on, I got a different angle now. Hold on.
you don't even need the bottom lights. You don't need the water. You don't need to see anything but the lights. Literally, the light. This one row of lights, the top row, that's straight according to the globe math. That's the only row of lights that even matters. So
Hold on, I for some reason I got a different number. Hold on.
number for what, bro? What are you even running numbers on?
I'm trying to see if you were going to be able to see this.
See what?
If you're going to be able to see that, if you're able to draw a line and even see if there's anything curving.
Well, I don't know why you wouldn't. If it's curving and we draw a straight line next to it, why wouldn't you be able to see if it's curving?
Maybe it's too small, smaller than even the pixels. This is weird. It gives me a
Oh, you're
different.
saying if one pixel is not, you're saying if the difference between a straight line and row of pixels, you're saying this might not come out of one row of pixels?
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like pixels, or same thing as angular. It's definitely below the angular resolution. So I'm trying to see if it's maybe. I mean, possibly with the camera. I just don't know what. I don't know how many pixels that's going to equal out to. Although the angular size on this fucking website says 0.3 degrees, so that's definitely within the angular resolution. I don't know. I might be doing it wrong.
I mean, this is a pretty simple thing, Kosho. I feel you on it. If it doesn't come out of the one row of pixels, then you wouldn't be able to see it and it would look straight, yeah. Like, how much does the line need to curve over what distance before it comes out of a row of pixels from what, from what distance?
Problem is the further the distance that you need to look left and right, the further away from it you need to be. So I
Well, you're
think
making an equilateral. You're making an equilateral triangle. So, however far the uh,
no.
yeah, you have the base of the triangle is the base of the triangle is the row of lights, and then you want to get in the middle of it, far enough away to where you can see the left and the right in one shot. Isn't that an equilateral triangle or no?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at it like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I was doing it
I mean,
from yeah, but if you want to get the furthest that you can see from left to right,
no, we want to get the closest we can see it from left to right.
yeah, I know. I'm saying, okay, if you want the furthest gap, so if from left to right is 10 miles, then in order to see 10 miles left to right, in order to determine how far away it is, you got to do it as part of a circle. That's why I did it. That's why I asked about your field of view. If your field of view, just for easy numbers, left to right was 120 degrees, that's a third of a circle. So that 10 miles would have to be a third of a circle. But yeah, I guess you'd have to transform that chord into the arc. Hey, give me a second. God damn, dude, my girlfriend, she took that little black kid to awesome to main event. I gotta go.
All right, I'll talk to you.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited, man. I can't believe she went without me.
I thought you said you gotta go.
I do, but I'm gonna sit here for a minute. Did you exit out of the fucking bullshit, dude? On purpose?
Yeah, an accident.
On my phone all the time. Dude, don't tell anybody this, okay? Don't tell anybody this. I did something bad last night.
Listen, what'd you say?
I did something very bad last night. But
What'd you do that was bad?
don't worry about it. But the long story short, this chick gave me some blow.
You
But
realize this is live on YouTube and there's mad people in the room. Like all of YouTube knows what happened now.
well, I didn't say anything else. Last night in Gems, I told them how I got my felony charge, the first one. Kicking Wayne. I gotta go now, otherwise I'm gonna miss main event, dude. And guess what? I may miss main event for nothing.
I don't see it.
Hey man, I'm just trying to help you out with your test, man. I mean, that's a good idea, but you gotta really break down what you're expected to find. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm trying to do is help you break down what you expect to see. But that's why you should look at it both ways, man. Whatever. I'm gonna go back and see what's going on in Jams before I go.
Is there any flat earthers in here?
Nope.
Absolutely. What's up?
Ah, okay.
How we doing? Did you want to talk about something?
No, I was just wondering if there's anyone in here.
Yeah, this is mainly flat earthers come to this room. There's some Globers in here though. How'd you find us?
How did I find the server?
Yeah.
A friend invited me.
Are you like interested in learning about flat Earth or why we think the Earth is flat or something? Or
I've had debates, yeah, so.
oh, you already know then. You've had debates and shit. All right. What are you, a YouTuber?
Yeah, I'm a YouTuber.
Oh, all right, nice. It's usually more active in here. It's been a little slow lately.
Yo, Jeremy, you should come back to Gems real quick because we're talking about your test, man. That's all.
Hey, how are you doing, fellows? Oh, everybody's moving. Oh, really? Anyways, it will be a lot of people coming over to the stream tonight, and everything will be fine. But people have to be on mood so they can hear what I'm saying. But everything will be okay in the long term. So I don't have to say anything, I just can train, go like a train. Who is doing a great time here? Huh? Me, of course. Nobody else. You're all fucking muted. Cannot hear anything. You're fucking shit. I can say whatever I want because you're fucking muted, all of you fucking shit. Can I wake you up? Wake up. Be nice.